na sehemu za kujenga makao haya. Pili, upanuzi wa halmashauri ya bandari ya Mombasa na kujengwa kwa sehemu mpya za kuegesha mizigo pia kumesababisha ukataji mkubwa wa mikoko bila ya kuwepo kwa mipango madhubuti ya halmashauri hiyo kuipanda hiyo upya. Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba unilinde na seneta wa Tharaka Nithi na seneta wa Nandi. Mheshimiwa Spika, imekuwa kama ambao tuko katika baraza. Mheshimiwa Spika,
Honorable Senators, may the senator from Mombasa be heard in silence. Kindly.
Tatu, Mheshimiwa Spika, uchafuzi wa mazingira pia kupitia umwagaji wa maji taka kutoka kwa majumba yaliyojengwa karibu na fuo za bahari pia kunasababisha mikoko kukauka na kufa. Kwa mfano, mafuta yaliyomwagika katika bandari ya Mombasa pale Kibarani miaka ya nyuma yalisababisha mikoko kukauka na kufa. Vile vile baadhi ya vyombo vya bahari vinavyovuja mafuta pia huathiri mikoko, na pia kituo cha kusafisha maji katika eneo la Kipevu pia kinamwaga maji chafu baharini bila kuyasafisha. Mheshimiwa Spika, haya ni baadhi tu ya mambo yanayoathiri mikoko katika pwani yetu. Matatizo ya hali ya hewa yametufikia na katika sehemu nyingi za pwani. Hakuna misitu ya kudhibiti hali hii isipokuwa mikoko. Mimi kama mwenyekiti wa kamati ya kudumu ya ardhi, Mheshimiwa Spika, na mazingira na maliasili, ningependa kuhimiza serikali kulinda mikoko yetu na katika upanzi wa mikoko kama vile inavyowekeza katika upanzi wa misitu katika sehemu nyinginezo nchini. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sisi wakazi wa pwani, mikoko ndio kinga kubwa kwa gesi za sumu zilizoko katika hewa na mazingira yetu. Kwa hivyo inabidi tulinde kutokana na athari hizi za tabia nchi. Nawatakia wana mazingira wote maadhimisho mema ya siku hii ya mikoko. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Senator Mohamed Faki Mwenye Haji, Senator wa kaunti ya Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, niko na taarifa ya pili. Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama kwa mujibu wa kanuni ya 53(1) ya kanuni za kudumu za Bunge la Seneti kuomba kauli kutoka kamati ya kudumu ya barabara, uchukuzi na nyumba kuhusu kufungwa kwa bandari ndogo ya Old Port mjini Mombasa. Bandari hii, Mheshimiwa Spika, bandari hii kongwe imekuwa kiungo muhimu cha biashara na usafirishaji wa mizigo katika kaunti ya Mombasa, Tanga, Dar es Salaam na Zanzibar na Pemba na bandari nyinginezo katika Afrika Mashariki. Na mfanyabiashara mmoja aliagiza mchele nchini kumeathiri vibaya biashara, ajira na uwezo wa kupunguza msongamano katika bandari ya Mombasa. Aidha, inadaiwa kuwa mchele huo umeharibika na bado unahifadhiwa katika maghala ya bandari hiyo, hali ambayo imeibua hofu kuhusu hali ya afya ya umma na usalama wa mazingira. Katika taarifa hiyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, kamati yaangazia yafuatayo: sababu za kufungwa kwa bandari ndogo ya Old Port na hali ya sasa ya mgogoro baina uliosababisha kufungwa kwake. Pili, hatua zinazochukuliwa na mamlaka ya ushuru ya Kenya na mamlaka ya bandari ya Kenya kutatua mgogoro huo na ratiba ya kufunguliwa tena kwa bandari hiyo. Tatu, Mheshimiwa Spika, kiasi na hali ya mchele uliodaiwa kuharibika katika maghala ya bandari hiyo, hatari kwa afya ya umma na mazingira, na hatua zinazochukuliwa kuondoa na kuteketeza kwa usalama na kuhakikisha kuwa hauingii sokoni na kuuzwa kwa wananchi. Tatu, ya nne, Mheshimiwa Spika, mikakati iliyowekwa kurejesha biashara, ajira na shughuli za uchukuzi katika bandari hiyo, ikizingatia umuhimu wake katika kupunguza msongamano katika bandari kuu ya Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, asante kwa fursa hii. Senator Mohamed Faki Mwenye Haji, Senator Mombasa County.
Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My statement is on celebrating the life and legacy of the late Honorable Abubakar Zain Abubakar. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52.1 to make a statement on a matter of general topical concern, namely celebrating the life and legacy of the late Honorable Abubakar Zain Abubakar, who passed away in Nairobi on 9th July 2026. The late Honorable Zain was an ODM party strategist, and a very close confidant of the late Prime Minister, Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Mr. Speaker, sir, the death of Honorable Abubakar Zain Abubakar, popularly known as Mheshimiwa Zain, brought to an end a remarkable life devoted to the service of Kenya, the East Africa region, and humanity. He was an accomplished legislator, constitutional reformer, civic educator, cultural advocate, political strategist, and committed Pan-Africanist. The late Honorable Zain's passion for history, culture, and the arts was nurtured from an early age and became especially evident during his time as an Alidina Visram High School and Kenyatta University. A gifted orator, storyteller, and thespian, he strongly believed that culture was an integral driver of human development. He was instrumental in establishing the Kenyatta University Cultural Festival in the early 1990s, an initiative whose legacy endures, though cultural festivals held in universities across the country. After graduating, Honorable Zain joined the Nairobi Theatre Academy at the then French Cultural Center, where he participated in training a new generation of Kenya thespians by integrating African performance traditions with artistic practices from other parts of the world. Many of his students went on to become influential artists in Kenya and the wider region. He later served on the governing council of the Kenya Cultural Center and consistently advocated for the recognition of culture in national and regional laws and policies. Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Zain was also deeply involved in Kenya's struggle for multi-party democracy and constitutional reform. He was an early member of the Sifuna party and played an important role in managing the technical aspects of political organizations. In 2000, he was elected as one of the commissioners of the People's Commission of Kenya under the Ufungamano Initiative, a people-centered constitution review process led by civil society and religious organizations. Following the merger of the Ufungamano Initiative with the official constitutional review process, Honorable Zain served as a commissioner of the Constitution of Kenya Review Commission. His involvement in constitutional making shaped his subsequent work in civil society, in civil education, governance, and democratic reform. As a leader of the National Civic Education Program, Honorable Zain helped transform the program into an influential vehicle for civic education in Kenya. Following the 2007-2008 post-election violence, he guided its transition towards a comprehensive civil society response and contributed significantly to the establishment of Uraia Trust in 2010. Through his work, he helped make the Constitution accessible and comprehensible to ordinary citizens, including through the publication and distribution of pocket-sized copies in English and Kiswahili. At the same time of his death, he remained committed to efforts aimed at securing the official gazettement of the Kiswahili translation of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, in 2012, Honorable Zain was nominated by the Orange Democratic Party movement and elected by Parliament to represent Kenya in the Third Assembly of the East African Legislative Assembly, where he served until 2017. During his tenure, he served as chairperson of the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution and headed the East Africa Community Election Observation Resolution and headed the East African Community Election Observation Mission to Burundi during the country's difficult 2015 presidential elections. His dedication to regional integration and democratic governance continued long after his tenure at IALA. He supported initiatives aimed at strengthening election observation, parliamentary practice, peace building, and people-centered democratic institutions across East Africa. Upon returning to Kenya, Honorable Zein served as Executive Director of Muslims for Human Rights, Muhuri, where he advocated for human rights-based approaches to counter terrorism and cautioned against the criminalization of entire communities on account of their religious or cultural identity. Honorable Zein also served as a trusted political advisor and strategist. He participated in presidential campaigns led by the late former Prime Minister, the retired Honorable Raila Odinga, and represented the Orange Democratic Party movement in the National Dialogue Committee. At the time of his death, he was serving as head of Presidential Secretariat of the Wiper Democratic Movement under the leadership of former Vice President Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. Mr. Speaker, sir, beyond his professional achievements, Honorable Zein will be remembered as a kind, generous, and principled man. He was a consummate performer, an intellectual, and a passionate Pan-Africanist whose worldview was firmly anchored in the rich historic and cultural heritage of the Swahili Coast. Those who knew and worked with him remember a man who a man who personified Utu, integrity, and humility. He blended a sharp intellectual and a wonderful sense of humor with a deep appreciation to art, culture, and the dignity of every human being. He remained faithful to his beliefs and committed to living the life of good Muslim. On my own behalf, and on behalf of the people I represent, I convey my heartfelt condolences to the family, relatives, friends, and colleagues of the late Honorable Abubakar Zein Abubakar, as well as the cultural, civil society, parliamentary, and political communities that were enriched by his life and service. May Almighty Allah forgive his shortcomings, accept his good deeds, and grant him the highest place in Jannatul Firdaus. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Senators, I will allow comments for not more than 15 minutes for the statements that have been requested. Now, if you get an opportunity to speak, kindly do so for not more than 3 minutes. Senator Fernande.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I just wanted to contribute on the statement by the distinguished Senator of Tharaka Nithi, Senator Kataya, on the issue of Tharaka Nithi Bridge. I know, Mr. Speaker, the issue of Nithi Bridge has been a problem, especially in that region. And I want to thank His Excellency the President. He committed in the last 2022 that he would fix the Nithi Bridge, which has continued to kill many Kenyans. And I'm happy when the tender was advertised in 2025, it was awarded to China, Wuyi, at a cost of 7.5 billion, Mr. Speaker, sir, and is scheduled to be complete by 2029. So the people of Meru, I want to appeal to them to give the President 2 terms so that he can finish fixing that bridge, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second aspect I wanted to put is under Article 40 of the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya, especially the National Land Commission. We need to ensure, Mr. Speaker, sir, that Article 40 of the Constitution, the compensation of people that the bridge, the design of the bridge will affect the households, Mr. Speaker. By the time a contractor was given that tender, the National Land Commission has that budget. We want to know the number of families that will be affected, the number of acreage that will be affected, Mr. Speaker. And as per Article 40 of the Constitution, the payment must be prompt and in full to each and every Kenyan affected by that project. And we want to see any public projects across the country, even Mau Summit, Rironi, even any other project that is done by government, the payment to the people affected in terms of their land, they must be compensated and in full and in prompt. So I want to appeal to the National Land Commission to move with speed, since this is an independent commission, to ensure that they put in place, Mr. Speaker, and I hope by 2029, when William Ruto will be concluding his second term, the Nithi Bridge will be in place and the people of Meru, Embu, and Tharaka will be able to use the access of that route. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to comment on Senator Chute's request for statement dealing with ambulances, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the Committee of Health went around the country and went to different counties, they found themselves in Makueni County. And Mr. Speaker, the ambulances in Makueni County was one of the biggest issues the Committee of Health attended to, and also had invited me to accompany them. And Mr. Speaker, we realized that some of the ambulances which had been bought by the previous government, Mr. Speaker, especially some of the mechs which had been made or bought, had a problem with the resistance of hardy roads and servicing and survival, and therefore had badly broken down. But we realized that the land cruisers, Mr. Speaker, were more resilient. Mr. Speaker, an ambulance is a very important equipment in the counties, Mr. Speaker, and especially vast counties like Makueni, Kitui, Machakos, and even northern Kenya, Marsabit. Mr. Speaker, the reason is that when somebody falls sick urgently, needs to be put in a situation where their first aid will make them reach the next hospital. And the proposal I would make, like in the case of Makueni, Mr. Speaker, we have 30 wards. If only we've had, ambulances for each ward and the sub-county hospitals, and that also if the ambulances could be free, because in many parts of the country we have realized, depending on county per county, it comes with an expense. And it is even worse where there is no ambulance and somebody who falls sick suddenly has to be ferried in a normal public vehicle or a car. They may lack the oxygen, they may lack the first aid, they may lack the expertise of somebody who could nurse them till they get to a place they can get proper medical attention. Mr. Speaker, the ambulance is a very, very important tool in that, and it will help save lives. And in the case of Makueni, I will propose that they do a budget so that they can have at least 30 ambulances, and also of durable quality, so that every other time they are not broken down. Mr. Speaker, we also realize as a government vehicles, when they broke down and were kept at a police station, unfortunately that's where they will be vandalized. And an effort to follow up, with the people responsible will become fruitless. And therefore, the property of government, whether county government or national government, Mr. Speaker, should be kept in good order.
Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make comments on the statement by Senator Chute in regards to the issue of ambulances in all the counties. Mr. Speaker, I really want to agree with the Senator. We've done oversight as the Health Committee. Mr. Speaker, we've moved to most of the counties, close to 60% of the counties. And we've even done inspection up and including the ambulances. It's a shame, Mr. Speaker, that a car that is supposed to really offer emergency to its citizens is in a very, very poor condition, Mr. Speaker. And I want to urge the governors to stop taking the issue of hospitals lightly. But at the same time, I want to urge my colleague senators, especially the 47 elected senators, when we are tabling the health report in this House, which has got recommendations, Mr. Speaker, we urge that you continue following up as we execute our oversight mandate, Mr. Speaker. Lastly and quickly, let me touch on the other statement by Senator Chute in regards to IRA, the Insurance Regulatory Authority, Mr. Speaker. I've looked keenly and wanted to understand the issue of the Bupa Insurance Company. The information that I'm receiving from the Senator Chute is that there is discrimination, especially for non-Indians, Mr. Speaker. It is wrong, Mr. Speaker. And since this statement will be coming to my committee that I serve as a member of health, I will be very keen to understand why the regulatory authority has not taken action to understand why only one community is being offered insurance services and not all Kenyans, because the regulation should serve all Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. That takes me back to the same IRA that has not still given a response on why they stopped the train death insurance, where all motor vehicles that had this insurance had to be stopped. You know, with no public participation, Kenyans had paid their premium, and those insurances had to be cut off. And the traffic police took advantage of that, because if you had that insurance done, it was invalid, Mr. Speaker. I want to add the CEO, Godfrey Kiptum, the CEO of Insurance Regulatory Authority. Can you wake up? Can you wake up and address the issues of insurance in this country? Not only for the health sector, but across. Regulations need to be adhered to as far as the framework and the policies are concerned. We've done our part. We've passed the law. Can you ensure that implementation is adhered to? With those many and few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I kindly want to make brief comments on 3 statements by Senator Chute. The first statement, which Senator Chute has made, has got to do with the issue of insurance. And I've listened to the contribution by my sister in regards to discrimination by international companies that give insurance. I, for one, would not agree with that statement. And it's good to be factual, because when I stand here, the other medical cover that I have is from Bupa. So it's always good to be honest and say that when you apply, you are given. So that may not be factual. If someone was denied, they may want to follow it up so that we remain factual. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of ambulances, it is embarrassing. I want to be honest with you. Red Cross has offered ambulance services to the 47 counties. The problem is that our counties do not pay Red Cross when the bills are due. And that is the reason why, if you go even to my county of Narok, there are no ambulances because Red Cross is not being paid. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on this statement of boundaries, it is important, Mr. Speaker, that as leaders, we remain diligent and we remain as people who unite the country. I want us to be able to understand why people encroach into other boundaries. But more than that, Mr. Speaker, sometimes we make utterances which are not good. I listen to my Apti, a very good friend that I respect, the Cabinet Secretary, really the Honorable Duale, making a comparison of 2 communities, creating one community as more superior than the others. I want us to avoid such. Such comments will drag this country back into the trenches where we were in 2007. Mr. Speaker, when you say that one community is superior than the other, what you're doing is that you are telling our young kids who are here on this floor that when they grow, there are different classes that we have in different communities. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge leaders that this is the time for us to unite this country. It is not the time for us to divide this country. Mr. Speaker, if we remain that way, we can then be able to help younger generations coming up be able to take Kenya as Kenya. Let us do away with this issue of tribalism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Bone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the statement raised by the Senator of Marsabit, I happen to know some of these things, Mr. Speaker, because of my other life. The issue of an ambulance in Marsabit is critical. In medicine, we have something called maternal mortality. These are the women who die because of childbirth. In Marsabit, the record is that for every 100,000 women who give birth, between 850 and 1,200 lose their lives. And the reason, Mr. Speaker, why these women lose their lives is because of failure to access delivery in a medical institution. Given the distances in Marsabit, Mr. Speaker, without an ambulance, this number can very easily double. We therefore want to call upon the governor of Marsabit to ensure that ambulances are given priority just as much as he gives priority to the food and water that he gives the people of Marsabit. Mr. Speaker, the shame in Marsabit is as follows. There are only 3 government hospitals in Marsabit. There is the Level 4 hospital in Sololo and Level 4 hospital in Kalachi. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, those Level 4 hospitals are only Level 4 hospitals by name because there are no doctors in those hospitals. Minister Duale, you have to respect the advisory opinion given to you by medical experts. We are telling you that you cannot classify an institution as Level 4 when it doesn't have doctors. The only thing you find in these hospitals in Sololo and Karachi, Mr. Speaker, are clinical officers. And a Level 4 hospital is supposed to give both medical and surgical services. Clinical officers are not trained to do surgery. We are causing serious loss of lives in Marsabit for this reason. And finally, but not least, Mr. Speaker, coupled with the failure of SHA, it means the situation in Marsabit is dire. At the beginning, when we used to say that SHA is a failure, we were labeled as government rebels. Now today they know we were struggling to save the government of William Ruto. Now, SHA has failed. University funding model has failed. We hope that the way the president accepted yesterday...
Senator Fernandez, what is out of order?
Let me debate.
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing under 101 and 105. Is it factual for the distinguished senator, my neighbor, Senator Kalwale, to say SHA has failed, yet it has registered over 30 million Kenyans? Is it a fact that he's saying education has failed, yet we have students sitting on the... Can he provide substantiation as per standing order 105? Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I do not have to provide any substantiation for the failure of the senator to know the factors of measurement of success of a medical scheme. The measure of success of the scheme, the senator for Nandi, is not the number of people who are registered, but the quality of services and access to those services. I hear that you are a lawyer. What kind of lawyer does not understand these obvious things? Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Boni, you're out of order. And I'll give you the first question of the day. Senator Wambua. I thought you wanted to give information to a senator who had concluded.
My time is not running, right? It begins to run when I start talking. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to comment on the statement by Senator Chute. And I want to first limit myself to the issue of the boundary dispute between Marsabit and Wajir. And state that, Mr. Speaker, as a House, we have a responsibility to mediate and to make sure that these disputes in all the other counties, because there are quite a number, Mr. Speaker, are resolved under the provisions of Article 188 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, as we try to mediate and set up an independent commission to deal with the boundary disputes beyond Marsabit and Wajir, the Speaker is incumbent of us as leaders to remain calm and to speak peace among us, the Kenyan people. Mr. Speaker, as a leader in this House, as a leader in this country, we are heading, Mr. Speaker, in a very dangerous ground. The elections are just maybe a year or so to go, and the utterances of leaders in respect to coexistence between communities, Mr. Speaker, is alarming. I have heard, Mr. Speaker, and this question should go to all of us. I've heard the Senator for Narok mention the utterances that have been made by the CS for Health in respect of the relationship between two communities in this country, Mr. Speaker. Trying to elevate a community above another community or a community above other communities. Going to the extent, Mr. Speaker, of even naming and calling one community hyenas. Mr. Speaker, we were in this country when in 2007 there was a debate in social media and in the mainstream media of people calling each other frogs and all manner of names. Mr. Speaker, after that election, we all know what happened. Mr. Speaker, we must put Duale on the spot and tell him that Kikuyus are not hyenas. They have never been hyenas, Mr. Speaker. They are citizens in this country, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senator,
Mr.
order.
Speaker, they are citizens
Order.
in this country.
Senator
they have a right,
Wambua.
Mr. Speaker,
Senator
to live
Wambua.
and coexist with
Senator
everyone.
Wambua, you're out of order. Senator Wambua, you're out of order. Take your seat. Take your seat. Senator Wambua, you are a ranking member. And you know when the chair is speaking, you retire to your seat. You do not need to invoke emotions in these statements. You cannot discuss a CS without moving a substantive motion. If indeed what you're saying is factual and you'd wish to discuss it, kindly file a substantive motion where the matter will be ventilated. And your colleagues will also have an opportunity to speak to the same subject. But for now, kindly desist from pursuing that line of debate.
Mr. Speaker, I'm well guided. It's an emotive issue. It's difficult not to be emotional about a matter like this. Because I was here in this country when those things happened.
I have
Mr.
just,
Speaker,
I have just guided you, Senator.
I will proceed as directed, Mr. Speaker. But let me just conclude by saying that then all of us, including yourself, Mr. Speaker, myself, and all leaders in this country, we have a duty of care to preach peace and coexistence in this country, Mr. Speaker. If we blow up this country, there will be no other Kenya for us to live in. All of us suffer, Mr. Speaker, and with those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I wish that the statement that has been brought by Senator Chute then shall be followed up with the right procedure to ensure that we have an independent commission set, Mr. Speaker, by Parliament, both houses of Parliament, to look into boundary disputes that exist between not just Marsabit and Wajir, but between all the other communities.
Senator Chimera.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kwa fursa hii ili niweze kuchangia kwa lile ombi la kauli kama lilivyowasilishwa na Senator Faki kutoka kaunti ya Mombasa kuhusu kufungwa kwa bandari ile ndogo ya Old Port Mombasa. Bwana Spika, ni wazi bayana kwamba uchumi wetu wa kaunti ya Mombasa na pwani kwa ujumla ikiwemo kaunti yangu ya Kwale, Bwana Spika, unategemea pakubwa sana shughuli na biashara za uendeshaji wa bandari zetu mjini pwani. Na ndipo serikali, Bwana Spika, imewekeza sana pakubwa kuhakikisha kwamba bandari ya Shimoni inafanya kazi, bandari ya Lamu inafanya kazi, na vile vile pia bandari kuu ya Mombasa imewezwa kuboreshwa na ili kufanya kazi, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, ni kinaya kuona kwamba mamlaka kuu ya ushuru ndani ya nchi hii, KRA, Bwana Spika, kwa sababu ya mgogoro wao na mfanyi biashara mmoja, wameweza kuhakikisha kwamba bandari hii ya Old Port imefungwa, Bwana Spika, ambapo imeathiri sana pakubwa uchumi, ajira ya vijana wetu pale pwani, na naomba kamati ambayo itapewa jukumu la kuhakikisha kwamba wamelizamia ndani sana swala hili lote, Bwana Spika, waweze kufanya kazi yao kwa haraka iwezekanavyo ili tuweze kupata suluhu ya kudumu pale. Ndio ile bandari yetu ya Old Port, Bwana Spika, iweze kufunguliwa ili biashara zetu pale pwani ziendelee, Bwana Spika, ajira kwa vijana wenzangu ndani ya pwani ipatikane, Bwana Spika, na uchumi wetu, Bwana Spika, pale pwani uweze kuimarika, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, pia vile vile nishukuru sana serikali, Bwana Spika, kwa kuwekeza katika bandari ile ya Shimoni. kule kaunti yangu ya Kwale, eneo bunge la Lungalunga. Bwana Spika, Bwana Spika, sisi watu wa Lungalunga, sisi watu wa Kwale tunashukuru sana kuona kwamba serikali imejizatiti kuhakikisha kwamba mradi ule wa port ya Shimoni ambayo itakuwa bandari ya samaki, Bwana Spika, umeweza kutekelezwa kwa haraka iwezekanavyo, na kwamba serikali iweke mradi na mipango kabambe kuhakikisha kwamba bandari ile inafanyia kazi watu wa Kwale na watu wa Pwani, Bwana Spika. Na ni ombi langu, Bwana Spika, kwa serikali kuhakikisha kwamba, kwa sababu mimi niko hapa nikiwa ninawakilisha vijana wote ndani ya nchi, lakini hususan vijana wangu wa kaunti ya Kwale, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, wakati wa ajira pale katika bandari ya Shimoni, Bwana Spika, niombe serikali hii iweze kutupatia kipaumbele sisi vijana wa kaunti ya Kwale na vijana wa eneo bunge la Lungalunga tuweze kupata ajira pale Shimoni, ndio pia sisi uchumi wetu, Bwana Spika, uweze
Clerk, my list has disappeared. Can you reboot it? Senator Haji, as we reboot the system.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the statement by Senator Chute on the boundary issues between Marsabit and Wajir. And I support because, Mr. Speaker, in many counties, we seem to have a similar problem. And boundaries issues have been going on for very long. And I also want to urge the national government to take charge and at least demarcate the boundaries clearly, because the people of the north are pastoralists and we tend to move a lot. And there are boundaries which are considered traditional and historical, which are probably not recognized by the national government. It is good to put this matter to rest. And Mr. Speaker, may I also touch on what Senator Wambua has raised on the floor of the House. It is true that we want a peaceful country, we want a united country, and it is wrong for any leader to stand in any podium and discriminate any one community in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mr. Wambua, Senator Wambua has brought this matter to my attention, and Senator Olekina, and they have shared the clip with me where the CS made those utterances. Ordinarily, Mr. Speaker, I should be defending the CS.
Senator Haji, with the material that is now in your possession, you know exactly what to do, but certainly not what you're doing right now.
Chair, thank you, Chair, and I know you've guided the House. It is just, I was just informing the House that Senator Wambua
You have done so, now proceed to other statements.
It's on the same statement about disputes between communities, Mr. Speaker, that was raised by Senator Chute. That is this exactly, the statement is stating that we avoid such disputes between communities. And if leaders make such utterances which are not, emotive, they will definitely bring disharmony in the country. And ordinarily, Mr. Speaker, I should be standing to support the CS of Health, Mr. Aden Duale. But in this point, if he did make those utterances, and I've listened to the clip, it was wrong. And
Senator Haji, well, ngoja niongee kwa Kiswahili, pengine tutaelewana. Nimemweleza Seneta wa Kitui sasa hivi wakati alipokuwa anachangia hoja hii, na nikamwambia kwamba katika kanuni zetu za kudumu, ukiwa unataka kuzungumzia tabia ama mwenendo wa waziri ama mfanyikazi yote wa serikali wa tajriba ile ya waziri, ni muhimu ulete mswada ambao utapeana fursa wenzako pia kuchangia. Kwa hivyo najua ni jambo ambalo limekukera kama seneta kutoka kule, na umeweka hisia zako wazi, na kuomba uachie hapo, na ikiwa utafuata kisheria basi itabidi ulete mswada ili swali liwekwe wazi kama mdahalo ambao litachangiwa katika pande zote. lakini kwa sasa tafadhali koma kuzungumzia hili swala.
Asante sana Bwana Spika, na nimekufahamu vile vile nilivyokufahamu kwa Kiingereza, kwa Kizungu nilivyosema, na nitawachia hapo, na nitatarajia pengine Senator Wambua pia atawachia hapo na silete mswada, lakini akileta mswada tutachangia hivyo hivyo. Asante sana Bwana Spika.
Thank you, Senator Mundigi.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi niweze kuchangia mjadala wa Senator Chute kuhusu mambo ya ambulance ama mambo ya hospitali ya Wajir. Bwana Spika, ningeomba tu, ni mwaka huu tumeongezea county pesa, sio county moja, ni county 47, na mambo ya afya imekuwa na shinda katika hii mahospitali, kuweze kuonekana kama kila governor, kila ward ukute itakuwa na ambulance, ndio ukute kuwe kila mtu yote anataka kwenda hospitali akiwa na shinda anaweza kupata ambulance ya kumpeleka pahali inafaa, kama ni county ama ni Nairobi ama kona zote, kwa sababu tumekuwa tukipatiana pesa lakini magavana hawajaangalia njia ile inafaa kuhusu mambo ya afya. Pia nikiongea kidogo kuhusu mambo ya afya, tumeona hata madaktari kaunti zingine imekaa madaktari na wale wasaidia wapati hela ya kutosha. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, naunga mjadala wa hii barua, ndio kila county na wondi hata moja, na pia Embu County wondi 20 kila wondi iwe na ambulance yake. Pia ningeomba pia kuweze kuonekana kama kutatengenezwa kamati ya kuangalia kwa nini pesa inachelewa, ndio mambo ya upande wa afya inaleta shinda, tuone kama ni treasury ama ni governor akipatiwa pesa ama anatumia na njia ile inafaa. Kwa hivyo nikiwa Senator wa Embu County naunga hii mjadala mkono. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to comment on two statements. The first is the statement by Senator Hamida. I'd like to add my voice on celebrating the late Honorable Zain Abubakari. Zain Abubakari is one of those Kenyans who, if we had truly fair processes, Zain would be one of our heroes celebrated long before he died. Ndugu Zain was a comrade in the human rights world, in the civil society. He was a member of the CKRC that came up with the first draft of constitution. He is a founder, member of the Uraia, the civil society that actually set up the civic body that has been working around civic education on matters constitution to our people. Honorable Zain is among the ones who tried to translate the Kenyan constitution, worked with others to translate the Kenyan constitution into Kiswahili. And Honorable Speaker, as I speak to this, I would want to say maybe with you as Kilifi, coming from Kilifi, we might want to, as a Senate, to initiate the process of getting a full translation of the Kenyan constitution into Kiswahili so that it can actually be used. It's a project that we might want to actually take up. So I celebrate Zain, good friend, painful death for many of us who did not expect that he would die, and wish that his family will receive kindness from the Kenyans as following what the father has done for us. The second is Senator Chute's comment on the issue of discriminatory practices by Bupa in terms of health insurance. Now, I condemn any discriminatory practices based on racial or class. But what I would want to ask, that even as the Committee on Health looks at this, the Committee on Health should extend this investigation to the SHA, because SHA is operating in a discriminatory manner where you find very needy persons are not able to access services, they actually are told to pick and choose which diseases can be paid for, and a limitation on what is paid, and yet we are calling it universal health care. I want to urge that the committee looks into the whole issue, ensuring that universal health care is truly.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable First, I want to thank you so much for guiding the House and directing members to abide by the rules and regulations of this House and not to discuss leaders who are out of this House. Honorable Speaker, I also want to support. I want to discuss on issues to do with the Arbajahan and Wajir and Marsabit border. Honorable Speaker, yes, border issues are all over the country. And it's only IEBC that can at least be able to help to sort out the problems. However, Honorable Speaker, the border of Wajir and Marsabit, Arbajhani area has been a long-standing issue. But the two communities have lived and coexisted for many years without much ado and much problems. And you know, as you approach election year, many members will tend to want to have popular voices so that they can raise votes from their members. And therefore, I request the members to avoid any emotive issues that will arouse problems in this country. This country, we coexist very peacefully. Many clans and people, tribes live, they coexist well. There are no problems. You know, as pastoralists, we go across borders, international borders, to purpose of grazing. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to tell my colleagues, please, as we approach elections, let's avoid populist voices and stop inciting people against one another. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think there is a statement that has been made by Senator Hamida regarding the late Zain. Zain was a great individual in this country. He contributed to a lot of good things in this country, including this new constitution that we have, including the rule of law, including justice, electoral justice, and I had an opportunity to work with him during the 2017 election, especially at the level of presidential petition. And I saw one personality who loved this country in terms of ensuring that we are a country that promotes democracy, we are a country that believes in the rule of law. And he worked very closely with Honorable Raila Odinga and also Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. And as we mourn Zain, we need also to emulate the good virtues that he promoted. When I sit in this house, Mr. Speaker, I am saddened that the virtues that Zain promoted, my own party, ODM party, it is not promoting those virtues. When you get to a point where you are even practicing dictatorship in dealing with your members, then you are going against the very tenets that Raila promoted and the people who worked for him like Zain promoted. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking to you now, and I want to be very clear in this house. If you want to remove a member from a committee, bring a motion here and remove me from the committee. Don't go on inciting and intimidating members to sign a petition to remove Osotsi.
Senator Osotsi, what is your point of order, Senator Mazayo? Order.
Bwana Spika, nimesikia, singependelea kumuingilia ndugu yangu, rafiki yangu.
What is your point of order and what standing order are you relying on?
Swahiba wangu mkubwa. Nataka kumjulisha
Senator Osotsi, you don't shout across the aisle. You seek the attention of the chair and make your position known.
Ningependa kumjulisha ndugu yangu Osotsi ya kwamba chama cha ODM si chama ambacho kina udikteta ama si chama ambacho kinafurusha watu bila sababu, na ningependelea kumuuliza tu kama yeye vile anavyosema amefurushwa, je, amefurushwa katika kile kiti ambacho anasema?
What is your point of order, Senator Mazayo? I'm struggling to get it.
Je, kuna hatua ikichukuliwa ya kumfurusha mtu yote?
What is this that you want Senator Osotsi to substantiate?
Nataka aeleze kama yeye ni mmoja wa wale watu ambao wamefurushwa na amesema saa hizi. Nataka kujua. Hatujajua sisi, kama mimi kiongozi nikiwa hapa ndani sijajua kama yeye ameondolewa. Kwa hiyo kama anaweza kueleza akatoa stakabadhi za kuonyesha ametolewa, basi anaweza kusema. Nataka ajibu kama hiyo ni sawa ama si sawa.
Order. Yes, Senator Osotsi.
Mr. Speaker, there is a list circulating, and it's being circulated by the minority whip, Honorable Edama, trying
now, order,
to intimidate.
Senator Osotsi, order, order. You cannot base your argument on a document that has not been tabled before the House. So kindly drop that line of order, Senator Fernandez. Order, Senator Fernandez. Senator Osotsi, abandon that line of argument and conclude your comments. If you have done, let me call the next colleague.
Mr. Speaker, if you have not received that, it's coming to you. But I'm saying that let the standing orders be applied. And if you want to remove a member from a committee, there is a motion that will be brought here.
Senator Osotsi. Senator Osotsi. Senator Osotsi, you've been here longer than most of your colleagues. If indeed that document will make its way to the House, wait for that moment. Wait for that moment, then you can put your arguments. Senator Mudhama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the statements that has been brought before this House, one by Senator Chute about the insurances. Mr. Speaker, it's really a shame that insurance companies can be biased, and yet one pays for the insurance. Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of some patients who have been unwell and they've not been able to get an insurance cover in this country simply because they have an illness that is long-term. And, Mr. Speaker, it is when you are sick when you need an insurance cover so that it can help you meet your bills when you are admitted in hospital or when you go to buy for medication. Mr. Speaker, it is very wrong for any insurance to take away or to keep away anyone who needs their help. Two, Mr. Speaker, it's about the SHA. Mr. Speaker, when we say SHA is not working, I have a patient. Mr. Speaker, can I have your attention, please? And can you protect me from everybody who is discussing in the House?
Senators, may the senator from Machakos County be
Thank
heard
you, Mr.
in
Speaker.
total silence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also talking about the SHA. When we say that SHA is not working, it is true. SHA is working to some bit, but some bit is not working. And I have a patient who was admitted by the name of John Mackenzie, who was admitted at St. Mulumba Hospital, and the hospital bill. Osotsi, can you let the speaker kindly listen?
Order, Senator Fernandez. Yes, Senator Fernand.
Mr. Speaker, can you listen to us?
Senator Sotsi,
I have a patient.
Can you take your seat, Senator Sotsi?
Hakuna point of...
Senator Mudhama, just take your seat. Take your seat. What is the point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I raise understanding order 101 and 105 on statement of fact. Mr. Speaker, and you need also to be fair to the government, because Senator Mudhama is making a sweeping statement by saying SHA is not working. Yet it doesn't, Mr. Speaker, yet there is no substance that shows that it's not working. You know, we cannot allow this house to be spreading gossip and political expedient statement, Mr. Speaker. They must provide evidence to show that SHA is not working. Yet us, who are consumers of SHA is working, Mr. Speaker. So you should bring an evidence. And you need to protect me from a heckling. This is a house of order and rules, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mudhama, conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that because I have a patient by the name John Mackenzie, who was admitted at St. Mulumba Hospital, and he had paid for SHA, and at the end of his admission, the bill was 300,000 shillings, and SHA only paid 500 shillings only. He called me today to fundraise for him to go and put up his bill. So when we say that SHA is not working, it is not working, and we will not say that it is working when it is not working.
So, Senator Kavindu, you have brought a case in substantiation to that point of order. I'm giving you up to next week. You provide and table what you've just stated so that we can indeed confirm that whatever you said is factual. Senator Mazayo.
Asante Mstahiki Speaker. Mstahiki Speaker, kwanza nataka kumshukuru sana ndugu yangu kukuleta taarifa hii. Mstahiki Speaker, kwanza kitu cha kuweza kufafanua zaidi ni kwamba bandari zilizoko katika Kenya si nyingi. Iliyoko ni ile ya Kilindini na hii bandari yetu ndogo ambayo ilianza zamani miaka na vikaka. Bandari hii imekuwa ya msaada sana kwa watu wa pwani kwa sababu ya kuleta chakula, michele, karafuu, mkuyat, mambo mengi yanakuja kwa njia hiyo. Na vile vile pia bandari hii imeweza kusaidia kuleta kazi. Hii bandari ndogo hivi leo hakuna sababu yoyote ambayo imepeanwa kwa kufunga bandari hii. Cha pili, bandari hii ndogo yetu ambayo tunaita old port ama bandari yetu ya zamani ni kwamba pia ilikuwa inapeana vijana kazi na wazee pia kuleta rasilimali ili kuwe na biashara na watu waweze kuendelea kujikimu kimaisha. Bwana Speaker, mimi nataka kuunga mkono ndugu yangu Fakii kwa statement hii ambayo ameileta. Ni jambo la kusikitisha kuona hivi leo bandari ndogo ambayo imekuwa ikifaa miaka na vikaka ikifaa watu wa pwani ni kwamba imefungwa na sasa hakuna biashara ya aina yoyote inayotumika pale, na vile vile kuona kwamba kuna mipangilio pengine kwa watu wengine wana haja ya kuchukua maeneo haya ili wafanye yale mambo wanayotaka kuyafanya. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Senator Joyce Korir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute on a number of statements that has been raised by the Honorable colleagues. Honorable Speaker, allow me to comment on the issue of ambulances which has been raised by my EPO Chair, Honorable Chute, on the ambulances in Marsabit County. Honorable Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of the members that the BFM Act gives up to 2% emergency funds, which are supposed to be set aside, Honorable Speaker. And it's so disturbing, Honorable Speaker, to see a number of counties failing to set aside these, despite the fact that ambulances are the first services that are supposed to assist our people in terms of emergencies and even to save lives. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, bearing in mind that we've been having, there's a lot of commotion, Honorable Speaker, and in the House. Yeah, it's commotion, not consultation. Consultation can be okay. So, Honorable Speaker,
Senator Collie, there is no commotion. Just
thank you.
Proceed with you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable
So I just want to say that ambulances are supposed to assist the residents of this country in terms of emergencies. But the challenge is that a number of counties are not adhering to this. Lucky enough, Honorable Speaker, when I was the member of the County Assembly, I want to attest that during that particular time, the first governor of Bomet tried as much as possible to make sure that the ambulance was put to use and made sure that they could really comply with the directives of the Red Cross to make sure that their lives were saved and ambulances were in action, Honorable Speaker. So I just want to encourage the rest of the counties that we need to embrace this, we need to recheck on this, and really make sure that our people can be able to access these services. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I just want also to touch on the issue of the tokens that was raised by my able deskmate, that the Kenya Power has been giving different units to different customers. I know there are a number of parameters that are being used, but I want to say that if it is something that is affecting our people, I would urge the relevant committee to really check on this so that at least we have uniform units if the amount that is paid within that particular area is the same, so that at least we cannot have these disparities. Otherwise, I beg to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Joyce Collie. Commissioner Collie, you know, at some point we need also to be encouraging, especially leaders who want to achieve in political issues. I was calculating, I was just folding my fingers to start to know where you started. As were you a councillor? From the councillor to MCA, member of National Assembly, and now speaker, I'm a senator. I know you are commissioner and vice chair of the commission, Parliamentary Service Commission. Honorable senators, I think you should applaud these Ignatius ready for that achievement. Thank you very much and all the best, because I know you have still a journey to make. All the best. Mwinihaji Faki, but before that, let me first acknowledge these visitors in the Senate. Honorable Senators, we have a visiting delegation of teachers and students from St. Peter's. This is Mwalali School in Embu County. Mwalali School in Embu County. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of a visiting delegation of 5 teachers and 8 students from St. Peter's, Mwalali in Embu County, who are seated in the public gallery. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. Also, there is also another delegation from Makueni County. This is Kwadhidu Secondary School in Makueni County. I would like to acknowledge the presence of a visiting delegation of 2 teachers and 50 students from Kwadhidu Secondary School in Makueni County, who are seated in the public gallery. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. Thank you. Senator Mudigi, welcome the delegation kwa muda sio zaidi ya dakika 2 sababu wewe ni mtu wa maneno mengi ya Embu.
Okay, asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi niweze kukaribisha shule ya kutoka Embu Kanywambora Secondary School. Wamekuja kujifunza hapa. Huwa tunaongea mambo ya devolution na pia vile county itafanya kazi. Kama wakati huu county sote 47 tumeipatia bilioni 487 bilioni, na tunataka kama governor wote wao kufanya kazi. Yangu ni kusema karibuni sana. Tukiwa hapa sisi hatupigani, lakini mnaweza ona huko nje kama kuna shinda, lakini tukikuja hapa hatuwe tunapigana. Kwa hivyo ningeomba wakati mnarudi nyumbani mjue mseme vile tunafanya kazi, na pia mjifunze mambo ya Senate. Nyinyi mtakuwa ma senators, mtakuwa ma governors, mtakuwa rais wa Kenya. Yangu ni kumuomba mambo ya ndawa ya kulevya na pangi mjiepushe nazo, na mambo ya shule kuchoma shule ni afadhali mtafute nderok, na itakuwa mzuri mkikaa hivyo kwa sababu mtakuwa viongozi wa kesho. Asante Bwana Speaker, nikiwa senator wa Embu County Alexander Mudigi nimewakaribisha. Asante.
Asante sana. Kwa niaba ya senator wa Makueni, ningeomba Senator Kavidu, niyo ni jirani wako kabisa Makueni, pia uweze kuwakaribisha kwa sio muda wa zaidi ya dakika 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The school is Kwadidu Secondary School. Kwadidu. Kwadidu.
Kwalilo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take this opportunity to welcome the students from Kwalilo Secondary School, Makueni County. Phil at the Senate, I hope you've seen how the debates go, and we want to encourage you to be strong and study very hard, because education is the key to every door that you would want to open in your life. Be blessed and go back home safely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator. Oh yes, please. Okay. Proceed and give your name.
My name is Senator Agnes Kavindu Mudhama, the senator from Machakos County. We are neighbors. Karibuni.
Asante.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuomboleza kifo cha marehemu Abubakar Zein. Mheshimiwa Spika, Abubakar Zein tulisoma shule moja kule Mombasa, shule ya Alidina Vizram School mnamo mwaka 1984-85. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, alikuwa ni mwanafunzi shupavu na alikuwa mwenye ndoto kubwa, na baadaye pia alikuwa ni mwanasanaa. Alipojiunga na chuo kikuu cha Kenyatta alikuwa anasomea masomo ya fasihi, na vile vile pia alikuwa ni mwanasanaa mwenye tajiriba kubwa. Baadaye Mheshimiwa Spika, marehemu Zein alifanya kazi katika nyanja za siasa na hususan katika mambo ya kupigania uhuru wa pili wa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, japokuwa alifanya mambo mengi, la msingi ni kuwa aliweza kusaidia nchi hii kupata katiba mpya ambayo tunaitumia hivi sasa, na ambayo imesababisha kuwepo kwa hili bunge la Senate pamoja na ugatuzi katika nchi yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, mchango wake kwa masuala hayo pia uliendelea mpaka alipohudumu katika bunge la East Africa, ambako alichaguliwa na chama cha ODM katika mwaka 2013 mpaka 17. Mheshimiwa Spika, kifo chake kimetoa pengo kubwa kwa nchi yetu, na vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sisi watu wa Mombasa, ambaye ilikuwa ni mmoja wa viongozi ambao wanachangia pakubwa mwelekeo wa nchi katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunaombea roho yake iwekwe mahali pema peponi, na Mwenyezi Mungu aipe nguvu familia yake wakati wa majonzi kama haya yaliyo sasa. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante sana Senator wa Mombasa. Senator Majority Linda Cheliot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very quick. Number one, let me start from where Senator Faki has left in passing a message of condolence on the passing of the Honorable Zain. I knew Honorable Zain when we worked with him in the NADCO committee. A very fine gentleman, and this is a loss to the Republic of Kenya. My condolence to his family, his friends, and all the people that work with him. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I just want to comment on this statement by Senator Chute, that maybe it is time the Health Committee considers a broader conversation on the quality of what are called ambulances in county governments. There are some vehicles that will easily pass for Nissan PSVs, Mr. Speaker, or what used to be known as combis back in the day. And just by applying a red paint on the sides and putting a red cross on the side, it is referred to as an ambulance. Mr. Speaker, this conversation on ambulances in our county governments is not just in Marsabit alone, but is a county-wide problem that perhaps the Health Committee needs to provide policy direction on what can be done about it. I heard Senator Joyce Korir refer to the earlier contract, which, though it ran into headwinds with us here in the Senate because of how it had been executed and the costing by the first Council of Governors, Mr. Speaker, if you remember the deal between Council of Governors and the Red Cross, for me, that was a proper direction because at least it provided counties with proper state-of-the-art ambulances, Mr. Speaker, and not what we are witnessing today. So maybe that is something we need to do. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'm sometimes concerned when I listen to members of this House speak about SHA in a very ignorant manner. You know, I listened to a member say that SHA is not working because it didn't pay a bill to a particular amount. For your information, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, SHA is a medical insurance. A medical insurance has gazetted rates already, just like all our other insurances, where it is known. For example, if you use ours as an example, the maximum amount that can be paid for optical services is 75,000. For dental, it is 100,000, Mr. Speaker. And that is the same model that SHA uses. So when somebody comes here and say, oh, there was a bill of this amount, it needed to have been this, surely, as a member of parliament, somebody who understands how insurance works, Mr. Speaker, how are such people supposed to be assisted, Mr. Speaker? The best we can do, if we feel that that amount doesn't cover, we can review the rates here. But also, you must appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that the policy of insurance is that it cannot pay 100% for the services. Otherwise, it will be consumed up in the first 1 month by the few people who are using it, then the rest of us, because an insurance is a contribution by everybody to cater for those services. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, the last comment on the statements is to Senator Okoiti Omtata. Kindly use 2 minutes so that we can transition to the
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'll comment on the late Abubakar Zain, a man I met in the theater in 1987. 88, 89, 90, 91. We did stuff at the National Theatre. I said 87. I published my first play in 1991 when some of you are still wearing dappers. So some of you are not even born, so you don't know what's going on in this country, so you should allow me to speak with authority. And you should listen.
Senator Koiti Omtata, why are you addressing members? You know I'm listening
members
to you.
Members are trying to heckle me.
Actually, I didn't want to hear your story.
Mr. Speaker, sir, without boasting about it, I am an accomplished playwright. My books are set books. Luanda Magere right now is a set book for A-level in Tanzania and others. I have got 6 books on the black drama series in the USA. So I'm a man of letters. And I'm published, not self-published, but published by the East African Educational Publishers who published Ngugi wa Thiong'o. So when I speak here, I speak as a man of letters. So I want to say that I met Abubakar Zain in the theater. He was a gentleman. We did a lot of things together. He went on to joined civil society organizations. I chose to be a civil society individual, but we still met because I was doing business and civil society. Him was full-time civil society. And so I praise him. And I pray that the Almighty God rests his soul in eternal peace and looks after his family. To finalize, I'm very happy that the majority leader has spoken the truth today. He has told us SHA is an insurance scheme. SHA is not a universal health care product. A universal health care so they should stop masquerading as people giving us universal health care. It's an insurance scheme for those who can pay. It's not a universal health care funded by taxpayers. And what we want in this country is universal health care, where people are treated like they do in Britain. You present yourself to hospital, you are catered for, and the taxpayer picks up the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Very well. Honorable Senators, Senators. You have made your point, Senator Koiti Omtata. Honorable Senators, there is this communication to make on substantiation of facts that a senator alleges to be true pursuant to Standing Order 105. Senator Samson Cherargei, MP, and who is in this House now. Honorable Senators, as you recall, just listen to the substantiation issues. As you recall, during the afternoon sitting of the Senate held on Wednesday, 22nd July 2026, while commenting on the second reading of the County Government's Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 52 of 2024, the Senator for Nandi County, Senator Samson Cherargei, MP, stated as follows. I would like to listen to Senator Beatrice Ogora, who was a County Executive Committee member previously, and Senator Karongo Dhangwa, although he was impeached. It was at this point that the Senator of Kiambu County, Senator Karongo Dhangwa, MP, rose on a point of order pursuant to Standing Order 105, challenging Senator Cherargei, MP, to substantiate his allegation. The temporary speaker, Senator Catherine Muma, MP, thereupon directed Senator Cherargei to substantiate his statement as required under Standing Order 105.1. Honorable Senators, as we are aware, Standing Order 105 states that as a senator, states that a senator shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts that the senator alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such facts instantly. And two, if a senator has sufficient reason to substantiate that the senator is unable to substantiate the allegations instantly, the speaker shall require that such senator substantiates the allegations not later than the next sitting day, period to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 121, disorderly conduct, unless the senator withdraws the allegations and gives a suitable apology if the speaker so requires. So Senator Cherargei, MP, was not able to substantiate his statement instantly and requested for more time to do so as at the next sitting, in accordance with Standing Order 105.2. Having consented to the request, the temporary speaker, Senator Catherine Muma, MP, directed that the senator substantiates the statement at the next sitting day. Accordingly, and pursuant to Standing Order 105.2, I now invite Senator Samson Cherargei, MP, to forthwith present evidence to substantiate the statement he made, period to which the senator shall be deemed to be disorderly within the meaning of Standing Order 121. In the absence of such evidence, the senator will be required to withdraw the statement and apologize to the Senate. Thank you. Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I proceed to substantiate as directed, understanding Order 105, by tabling. Mr. Speaker, one, I have two witnesses, Senator Chimera and Senator
We don't
Sigei.
need witnesses. You need to just table evidence.
I'm
You
just
don't
needing
need in my statement, I did not request you to provide any witnesses in the Senate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You just
for the guidance.
substantiate by providing evidence.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I
on
was
what
just
you alleged
informing-
that Senator Karungo Dangwa was impeached.
Okay.
Just table that, and then that's.
Mr. Speaker, I will beg to table the following documents. And now that I have my two witnesses, Mr. Speaker, I will table a report of the Select Committee on the proposed removal from office of Honorable Karungo Tangwa, the County Executive Committee member for Youth Affairs, Sports, ICT and Communication, that was laid before Kiambu County Assembly on 8 November 2019 by the chairperson. Mr. Speaker, the second document is the website that bears the answered proceedings of the removal of the CCM then, the Senator Karungo Dangwa, on 29 October 2019. Mr. Speaker, I will table also an extract of the County Governments Act, Section 40, Cap 265, on the process of the removal, Mr. Speaker. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, I will beg to table a court decision, petition number 208 of 2019, that was decided by the court between Paul Karungo Dangwa versus the Speaker, Kiambu County Assembly, the clerk, Kiambu County Assembly, and Kiambu Assembly, to show that this matter was litigated in court, and they found that the County Assembly of Kiambu followed the due process of removing Karungo Dangwa by way of impeachment. Mr. Speaker, another court decision. This is Republic versus IEBC Dispute Resolution Committee and another Dangwa ex parte, party interested judicial review application number 2 of 2022. Kenya High Court 1003 Kenya Law Reports 7 July 2022. The judgment, Mr. Speaker, I beg to table to show that Senator Karungo Dangwa was impeached. Mr. Speaker, I beg also to table the extract of the Constitution of Kenya, especially Article 75 on Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity. Mr. Speaker, I beg to table Leadership and Integrity Act, an extract or provision that the violation and removal in the process. Mr. Speaker, and finally, Section 40 of the County Government Act on the removal of a CCM. Mr. Speaker, I beg to table these documents as part of my substantiation on the removal by impeachment of Senator of Kiambu by Mr. Speaker, and I beg to table.
Very well. We will be able to review your evidence, and then we come back to you. I'll be able to do that. So, because the senator was just requested to provide evidence, which I've said we have received, as tabled. The documents will be reviewed. No, under Senator Ososi. I'm giving direction as the chair. You know, there's a reason why you are not the chair. You are not seated here. So just respect me and respect what I'm guiding the House to do. Number one, you know, there is no point of order because it's just maybe you can use another way to catch my eye. But on a point of order, you can't be able to do that. Yeah. So, but what I was saying, you know, when I'm giving direction to the House, you just wait for the chair to give direction, and then you can come back with the clarifications or whatever you want to do. But interrupting me when I'm giving direction is not in good faith, it is not respectful. So what I've said is that the evidence produced or tabled by Senator Cherargei, I will review that evidence and come back to know whether there is still, you have substantiated, because you have produced You have tabled so many documents which I cannot be able to analyze now. Senator Ososi, what is your point of clarification?
Mr.
But
Speaker,
not on what I've really guided the House.
Yes, Mr.
about.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like a clarification on Standing Order number 122 on gross disorderly conduct. Mr. Speaker, we have noted that on subsequent occasion, a honorable member for Nandi has persistently made serious allegations without adequate substantiation, and you have on several occasions.
Senator Ososi, no. I can't allow that. I cannot allow because I've given guidance on this particular matter. All those others that you are putting, I'm not aware of all those. I'm just addressing this issue which was raised yesterday. The issue at hand. So all these other matters that you are also now. Order, Senator Cherargei. Senator Cherargei, order. Order, Senator Kolil. I've given guidance on this matter, and this matter should stop at that. That should last. Until you wait, you just wait, you wait for the communication from the chair on this issue on substantiation requested yesterday. Next on the clerk. So, honorable senators, we are done with the comments on statements. So, if you look at the order of business today, from order number 8 to order number actually 15, these divisions and the committee of the whole, and then order number 16. Order number 16. We also defer order number 16. Then we start order number 17, clerk. Call out order number 17.
Order number 17, the referendum bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2026, second reading.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. Senator Sigei, Ilali Sigei Kiprono.
Mr. Speaker, it's
I forgot the last one. Ilali.
It is Kiprotich, not Kiprono.
Yeah, Kiprotich.
Yes, that is the surname I got from.
Can you give me the honor? Is it Senator Wakiri Ilali
Kiprotich
Sigei?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the referendum bill 2026, Senate Bills number 3 of 2026 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the bill that we are moving in for second reading is a very, very important bill. And I want to begin by asking the honorable members of this House that the Justice and Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee today, earlier on, tabled a report on this particular bill, and I would like to urge the honorable members of the House to have an opportunity to read that particular report because it guides beyond the bill on other matters which are very critical in the conduct of referendum, both at the county and national level, and on constitutional amendments as well as other type of referenda. And Speaker, for starters, what is critical is the need. Why is it that we need this particular bill? And I would like to start by highlighting the fact that on matters referendum, there has been litigation in this country, starting from the High Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court. And Mr. Speaker, out of all those matters which have been dealt with in court, one of them, which is the major one on the BBI, which actually went all the way to Supreme Court. This is where a lot of conversation went through referendum and what and why we need this particular law in place. It formed the basis, Mr. Speaker, of, among others, the report that came from the formation of the broad-based government. You remember there was a dialogue that went into it, and that dialogue also was informed by a number of issues, including the reports that came from the decision of the highest court. And so, Mr. Speaker, why this particular bill can be answered in three ways. The courts have determined and pronounced themselves that there is no statutory provision or framework that would guide the process of conducting a referendum in this country, which is self-contained. In fact, the words that were used by the courts, Mr. Speaker, is that the law in place is so incomplete and fragmented that it does not help an environment that required participation, that required a comprehensive understanding of what the law on referendum is all about. And Mr. Speaker, it's out of that the courts pronounced themselves and indeed indicated that the lack of comprehensive and coherent law that would guide the country in the process of conducting referendum is sufficient enough to require an enactment of the law. And that is one of the reasons why the committee did, of course, in its finding, admitted the recommendations that came not only from the courts, but also from a number of the stakeholders who were involved in that process. And the courts, indeed, Mr. Speaker, said that a law must be enacted that will be constitutionally compliant, so that whatever process that we would conduct would comply, and therefore it indeed directed that this law be put in place, as well as subsequent other amendments that will lead to amendment to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission in terms of the mandate that they are supposed to be having, as well as the regulations that guides Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission in terms of conducting the referendum, because it is the only government agency or body that is constitutionally mandated to conduct the process of referendum. Mr. Speaker, it also did pronounce the fact that there is need for clarity and the removal of clarity in terms of the removal of the ambiguity, in terms of how, for example, do we conduct a verification of signatures, how do we conduct public participation, and how do we formulate a referendum question. Mr. Speaker, you recall that this is one of the questions that previously became or formed a very heated debate during the BBI, where signatures were collected, members of public who went all the way to the lowest level of representation, and their signatures ultimately became a subject of a decision that the courts did make that pronouncement. And therefore, it has been established, Mr. Speaker, that indeed there is a gap, and that gap is what we are going to seek to now fill in the course of this proposal in the particular bill. And the guide from the courts, Supreme Court, that Parliament is to enact a law informed, among other things, the conversation that went around from the courts which were in the matters which were in court, as well as the rest of the conversations that we have had, including the formation of the broad-based government, and also, you remember, the committee that sat between the ODM as well as the UDA, the ruling party, and it took us to where we are right now. So, Mr. Speaker, the bill, therefore, has got 6 parts. And maybe briefly, so that we also get directions on it, the first part of this bill is providing on the preliminary matters that are involved in a referendum process, including interpretations and the objectives. One of the most critical provisions in the preliminary aspect is definition of certain terms. The commission, which is IEBC, a constituency, agents who are involved, the register of voters, which was informed by the pronouncement by the court as to how we are able to conduct verification of signatures, as well as the process or definition of what referendum is, and the committees that are involved in the process of referendum. It also defines what a referendum question is and how do we frame a referendum question. That is what is provided for in the first part of the bill, which comprise Clause 1 to Clause 4. Clause 4 deals with now the amendments which will most likely be required to be done with the Elections Act in order to align it with this particular bill. Part 2, Mr. Speaker, is the process of referendum. Actually, it is pre-referendum process. That is Part 2 that is providing for it. Part 3 is the conduct of a referendum itself. This one gives us how we frame the question. It gives a notice, the period within which an institution or a committee or parliament or whoever is seeking to conduct a referendum, for example, if it's a constitutional referendum that is initiated via popular initiative, the provisions under Part 3 guides them to do that. It also provides for referendum committees as well as the agents who will be involved in the process of conducting or process of campaigning for a particular question that will be a question to be subjected to a referendum. And that is where it now gets into the provisions under the Constitution on how the same process is to be done under Article 255, 256, or 257 of the Constitution. Part 3 is on other referenda. Other referendum, Mr. Speaker, is on those which are not requiring a constitutional amendment, for instance, on questions which are relevant to particular county and will not affect the provision of the Constitution, and therefore they are provided for in Part 3. Part 4, Mr. Speaker, are petitions. How do we deal with petitions that come out of a referendum process where, for instance, someone is not satisfied with the way the referendum process has been conducted and they have an avenue. The avenue, Mr. Speaker, is what's provided for under Part 4, the courts, on how these matters are to be dealt with by the courts, the petition timelines, and also the kind of remedies that are available from the court, including even instances where in the course a petitioner has filed a matter in court before the matter is determined. That particular petitioner, for instance, opts to either withdraw that petition or by naturally unable to proceed with the petition, maybe by death or otherwise unable to proceed. What does the law provide? The same part also provides the mandate and the jurisdiction of the courts, the powers that the courts can give. And lastly, Part 4 deals with the provisions on retention of documents which have been utilized in the course of the referendum, the number of years with which such documents are to be retained, and also in the same part, what are available or possible referendum election offenses which will be applicable to this particular law, and the penalties which are going to be available. Mr. Speaker, that is largely what the 6 parts of the bill provides for. Mr. Speaker, the committee, Justice Legal Affairs Committee, did conduct what is supposed to do. As a committee, we considered the draft bill as it were. We also engaged the public. Among the institutions which JILAC engaged is the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. We also engaged the Office of the Registrar of Political Parties. We engaged a number of other individuals, including scholars, Professor Lumumba. CISPEN is an institution that deals with the civil society, among others, who have a lot of interest in the referendum question in the country. And in the course of our engagement with them, Mr. Speaker, they indeed gave us a wholesome appreciation of what the bill provides for in their own view, and they gave us comments on areas where they felt that they desired to be amended. And Mr. Speaker, in the committee of the whole, we have indeed proposed a number of amendments to the bill, and I look forward to members engaging to understand what the bill provides and also to understand the proposals that have been initiated by the committee in order to make sure that we get a bill or a law that speaks to the concerns that over time have been raised. You recall, Mr. Speaker, that previously this bill has been before the House, and it was withdrawn midway because of the pronouncements that had come from the court, as well as the concerns which came when the public were involved, and they proposed on certain areas that they feel like the constitution is ripe to be amended, and therefore the government and also other non-governmental entities brought forward their concerns. And therefore, when you look at the framework that this bill is setting, Mr. Speaker, it has provided for a very organized process on how we initiate a referendum process. That organization is provided for in this particular draft law. It also guides on how we conduct the campaigns towards the referendum. It gives the process with which that campaign timeline and agencies to be involved in this process. And finally, it also gives a guide on how do we implement the proposals that come. If they are ripe for a constitutional referendum, it gives a process and a guide. If it is on a local issue, for instance, at the county level, because there is a possibility of conducting a referendum at the county level, which does not necessarily affect other counties. One county could raise an issue on, for instance, the investment areas that the county assembly or the county government would want to subject to the county. And the law here provides, Mr. Speaker, on a certain percentage. Indeed, it provides that if 25% of voters of a particular country or region raises a concern and desires a referendum to be conducted, this is the law that will provide for the processes of raising that concern, raising the referendum question, conducting the referendum, and ultimately giving the opportunity to the county government and also the relevant people interested in conducting that particular referendum, which, Mr. Speaker, does not affect other counties and therefore does not affect the Constitution. And therefore, in terms of the application of this law, Mr. Speaker, it is time to have a conversation around these particular issues. And on matters of national referenda, Article 255, 256, and 257 provides for it. This law will give the country a guide on how to do it. In terms of other referenda, the same law will provide for it. Maybe to be a bit specific, Mr. Speaker, so that we have some direction on it. For instance, when it comes to the pre-referendum question, you will be able to look at Mr. Speaker, under the provisions of clause 5 and 9, where, for instance, it is provided or it's expected that we require a referendum to be conducted. The law will provide that wherever it's necessary, for instance, to hold a referendum, you should be able to identify whether it is the one that falls within a popular initiative or otherwise a parliamentary initiative. And so I want to not necessarily highlight the several provisions. This bill, Mr. Speaker, has got up to 42 clauses. 42 clauses of the bill, Mr. Speaker, are critical for members to support. And so, as I move, I want to appreciate the fact that we have, as a committee, been able to establish beyond just the concerns that were raised by the court, but we were able to get support beyond the House from members of the public who were actually major stakeholders that gave us a number of concerns in terms of the questions that we had raised and the provision that the initial bill had provided. I believe that out of those additional information that we got, the bill is enriched with matters beyond which had been raised by those who were interested, because it went beyond the jurisdiction, because we have got a group which called itself Bunge la Mwananchi Diaspora Initiative, where their concerns were the concerns which were litigated in court. They are part of the team that went to court, and I believe that in the fullness of time, these concerns will be provided for by the bill, and should there be a referendum that they will raise, they will be able to have a law that will guide the process to be conducted. Mr. Speaker, I therefore want to ask members of this House to get an opportunity to look at the report as it is, read the draft bill, and in their contribution support this particular bill. I would like to request Senator Okoiti to second. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Sorry, before you second the bill, I want to make this communication of a visiting delegation of teachers and students from Kanywambora Secondary School in Embu County. Honorable Senators, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of a visiting delegation of 6 teachers and 95 students from Kanywambora Secondary School in Embu County who are seated in the public gallery. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. Thank you. Some few minutes ago, I saw the senator for Embu.
Can do it.
Are the students still?
They're still in the chamber, yes. Mr. Speaker, the students are still in the public gallery.
Senator Manzo Plusinda, welcome those students from Kanywambora.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Remember the name, Kanywambora Secondary School.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to welcome the students to the Senate on behalf of the Senator for Embu, Senator Mudigi. And I want to encourage you to work hard. And when you come to the House, I've just been meeting 2 different schools from my county. Please learn something, because in the main exam, I can see there are secondary students here. You will have quite a number of questions on Parliament and on government generally. I therefore want to encourage them to learn, get to know the mess, which is next before me, get to know Sanjay at Arms, get to know the Speaker, and get to know the role of the Senate and the role of the National Assembly. I welcome you and I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving you an opportunity to do so.
I understand Senator Mudigi has so many delegations this afternoon, so he's attending to other students at the backyard. So Senator Okoiti Omtata, proceed and second the bill.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you. I rise to second the bill, the referendum bill 2026, that is Senate Bills number 3 of 2026. Mr. Speaker, sir, this has been a very engaging process. And first of all, I would like to thank the committee members of the Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights Committee of the Senate, of which I'm a member. I want to thank the chair, Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei, who has moved the bill, CBS MP, Senator Veronica Maina, CBS MP, the deputy chair, the vice chairperson, Senator Rafael Chimera Mwinzangu MP, Senator Karen Nyamu MP, Senator Professor Tom Ojenda, Senior Counsel MP, Senator Crystal Kageshi Asige MP, Senator Daniel Kitonga Maanzo, EBS MP. I am also a member of that committee. Mr. Speaker, this has been an engaging process. As this House is aware, this is not the first time there has been an attempt to give us a referendum law. And my chair has ably walked us through that process. There's no point on me repeating it, otherwise I'll be pounding water in a mortar. And so, I'll just go and say that, Mr. Speaker, Kenya requires a comprehensive referendum law, primarily to fill a gap and operationalize the constitutional provisions that require referenda in this country, so that we can ensure clear, transparent, and enforceable procedures. Mr. Speaker, Article 255 lists the items that must be subjected to a referendum wherever we want to change the Constitution. And these include the supremacy of the Constitution, the territory of Kenya, the Bill of Rights, the term of the President, the functions of Parliament, the independence of the judiciary and devolution. They can only be amended if approved in a referendum. And yet, we don't have a referendum law. And you can see that the popular initiative it also requires a referendum at the end of the day. Within that, in the popular initiative, Mr. Speaker, we come to the question of signatures, verification of signatures. And if we are thinking pen and paper, then those signatures, if you are going to verify 1 billion signatures, I don't know why the IBC will get the capacity to do so. Because even if you go to the police at the DCI, to verify a signature takes quite a bit of time. So verification of signatures for a referendum, at least 1 million, invites us to think in the modern way, to think digitally, to think computers, to think artificial intelligence as ways that we can be able to do that. And you see that those kind of things may have far-reaching implications, whereby we might have to do away with the manual registers that we have and come up with registers that might be able to conduct digital processes strictly. Mr. Speaker, during the consideration of this bill, there had been a desire that the committee visits Switzerland, where referenda are a matter of course on main issues. And sometimes I've come across people who have got the thinking that the requirement for public participation is a silent way of asking for a referendum on national issues. So we had requested that we be allowed to visit Switzerland to see how it works there, but the budgetary constraints did not allow. And so, with the lemon that we got, we said, okay, we shall make lemonade. But that gives you the importance with which we are attached to this bill. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution only requires referenda. It doesn't roll out how a referenda to be handled. It gives us a framework of broad principles. So, Mr. Speaker, to get the detailed practical rules for the initiation, signature collection, verification of popular initiatives, framing of referendum questions, campaigning, voter education, polling procedures, thresholds beyond the constitutional minimum, result of declaration, challenges, disputes, many other issues or operational matters that are existing, we need a clear law that distills these things and lays it out as it should be. Mr. Speaker, the legal framework to do so is not there. And that's why this bill comes in handy. So, Mr. Speaker, without this law, you'll find that procedures risk inconsistency, legal challenges, or claims of unfairness or manipulation. Without this law, the IBC lacks clear statutory guidance for the referendum functions. Without this law, public confidence, civic education, and orderly dispute resolution are harder to ensure. Mr. Speaker, without this law, future attempts at constitutional change or other referenda, including potential county-level referendums, face uncertainty, and litigation risks. Mr. Speaker, this I need not to belabor. When we had the BBI process, the Building Bridges Initiative, you saw the issues that came up in court. There were disputes that would have been avoided in situations whereby such legislation was in place. But because there was no law and the country was driving or was flying without proper guidance, we ended up litigating right from the High Court to the Supreme Court on issues that would have been avoided had a clear law such as this been in place. In short, Mr. Speaker, the law is needed for legal certainty, practical implementability, democratic legitimacy, and to prevent the constitutional right to participate in referendums from remaining largely theoretical or contested in court. Until such legislation is enacted and operational, any referendum process remains vulnerable to procedural disputes, an issue that we need not engage in. So, Mr. Speaker, as I second this bill, I urge the House to support the report of the committee so that we can pass this law and put Kenya on a sure footing of what a referendum is, so that when we go to consult the people, we know the thresholds that have to be made at the initiation, at the prosecution of the issue, at the conclusion. What are the thresholds? We'll be building ourselves and standing on firm ground if we make this law. But without this law, Mr. Speaker, where anything can pass, we are likely to end up overburdening our courts. We are likely to end up fighting over things that we should not fight over. And that is a thing that we must try to avoid. The scope of this bill is important. As captured in our report, it applies to 3 categories of referenda. First, it covers national referenda required under the Constitution, including those under that I've referred to, Article 255, 256, and 257. Second, it provides for county-level referenda on matters that fall within the jurisdiction of a county. Third, it extends to other referenda on issues that do not involve constitutional amendments. Mr. Speaker, very many issues come up, and there's public dissatisfaction sometimes, or that require to consult the public, and not necessarily matters which involve amending the Constitution. But there are weighty public matters. For example, right now, Mr. Speaker, we are consumed by the question of public debt, which is taking, out of every 100 shillings collected by the Kenya Revenue Authority, over 80 shillings, more than, I think the correct English is not over, but should be more than, Mr. Cherargei. The correct English is more than, not over, because over means you are clearing a height. More than means you are counting a quantity. So, Mr. Speaker, you will find that more than 80% of every 100 shillings raised by the KRA, 80% of all our taxes are going to pay debt. Those kind of matters could find their way into referenda. Frame a question and say, what do we do to this debt? What happens to it? Right now, the only way you can do in a whimpering manner is to go to the court. There's no way of you engaging the people to demand resolution of things like those. there are very, very many issues that are eating this country that require to be looked into. Another issue that has consumes my head and which is forcing me to go to court and which I wish we had a referenda is on the nature of the national treasury. Whether the national treasury should be subsumed into the national executive, or it should be autonomous, or it should be independent. These are issues that could be taken to a referenda, and once they are taken to a referenda, we are able to have the people decide these matters. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a law which is long overdue. This is a law that requires the full support of this House. For example, Mr. Speaker, clauses 5 to 9 of the bill set out the steps to be followed before a referendum is conducted. Before a referendum is conducted. This is an area where I've got a lot of confusion. People have come up and said, we have collected signatures, we have done this, we have done that, but they are doing that out of what? They are doing that out of their own interpretation or their own imagination. But here now the law is going to give a guidance of what needs to be done. For example, where a constitutional amendment requires a national referendum, once Parliament passes a constitutional amendment bill, the President shall formally notify the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission within 30 days, and the Commission is required to conduct a referendum within 90 days. So, Judge also goes to cover all other manner of referenda and how they should be done. On the conduct of referendum, Mr. Speaker, Part 3 of the bill sets out how a referendum is to be conducted. The IBC is required to frame the referendum question or options within 21 days of receiving a notification. The question shall be written in plain, simple, and natural language in both English and Swahili, and avoid wording that suggests judgment or opinion, and allow voters to express their choice by marking yes or no. Look at that clarity, Mr. Speaker, that we want people to own the referendum, to understand the referendum, to make choice based on their free will. Because we do that, as the Senator for Nandi knows very well, choices have got consequences. And so before you suffer the consequences, you need to make that choice from an informed position. You need to make informed choices. And that's basically what the referendum wants here. Mr. Speaker, on the question of other referenda, the bill provides for county referenda and referenda resulting from a resolution of Parliament. At the county level, a referendum may be held on local matters. For example, Mr. Speaker, there's a motion I've moved in this House demanding that the IFMIS transactions, reports of these IFMIS transactions, be made available to senators at the end of every month to enhance transparency so that we can, when doing our oversight role of our county governments, in real time we should be able to know what the government is paying for, what the government is voiding, what the county government is not doing. If that motion passes, which I hope it will, there should be an opportunity maybe for those who are dissatisfied to be able to challenge that kind of thing through a referendum and maybe reject it and stuff like that. So, Mr. Speaker, it's really a motion that needs the joint effort of this House to pass. It's a law that is required by the Constitution. It's a law that is required by our own experience in life. And, Mr. Speaker, the justification or the case for a bill, you see, if you look at the recent Building Bridges Initiative judgment, they all highlighted the need for this law. The courts were crying that we needed proper guidance. So in another way, making this law will also be upholding what the courts required of us or expected of us to be able to legislate so that the courts are not put in a difficult situation to do the work this parliament is supposed to do, yet they know very well that they do not have the capacity to make law. And so they begin groping around and trying to patch up things to hold the country together. The courts should not be reduced to that. The courts should be taken to interpret laws that we have done and not be ahead of us. For example, in the Court of Appeal, it was noted that a referendum could theoretically proceed under the existing patchwork of laws. However, the court highlighted the deficiencies in the current framework. It noted that Article 255 to 257 of the Constitution require clear statutory guidance on procedure and oversight. The court noted that the absence of a comprehensive referendum law was a gap that the Parliament ought to address and to give full effect to the Constitution. So, the courts were basically saying Parliament has slept on the job. And Mr. Speaker, if you know, one of the things that we can be dissolved and sent home for is failure to pass some of these laws that were required to be passed. All laws to implement the Constitution were supposed to be passed within 5 years. Here we are, some 16 years later, we don't have a referendum law. So, Mr. Speaker, I pray that this bill be given the support it deserves. And with those few remarks, I second the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Okay, very well. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the referendum bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2026, be now read a second time. We now open the floor for members who wish to contribute. We start with the Senator Kavindu Modhama. You have really waited for this opportunity, I can see.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. I have a reason for being happy about this bill. When it shall be passed, it will be really a blessing to me and to many other Kenyans. Why I'm saying this is because, Mr. Speaker, I was one of the BBI members, and we traveled the whole country, 47 counties, listening to the citizens of Kenya and knowing what they want this country to move, how they want this country to move. But at the end of it, Mr. Speaker, BBI report was turned down because it was said that it is not constitutional. And with this bill being passed as a law, that will really make things easy for people who want a change in this country in many, many things. Because we had recommended so many things to be done in this country. Even the official opposition leader of the government, after every elections, we had also suggested so many things. And so I am sure after this bill goes through and it is passed into a bill, it will really help this country to move forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really wanted to close the House because of lack of quorum, but I can see senators are coming, so I'm not going to close it now.
And Senator Koiti Omtata, the chair, JLAC, is just close to you as a neighbor, but you know there is a divine between you and him. And I know you are stickler of procedures. So you just go back to the bar and bow and then you sit down. No. You don't need greetings there. It's just, yes. Yes, now that's the procedure. Okay. Next is Senator Manzo. No. There is no rule that I should do what you are requesting me to do. I'm the chair of this session.
Thank you.
Senator Manzo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am part of the Committee of Justice, And Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful that you've given me an opportunity.
So that also Senator Cherargei can understand what the bill is all about.
Ye-
You know,
yes.
members of the committee also inform the House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, while I was at the back,
Senator Wambua, what is it?
That I'm actually disrupting my colleague, my friend, Senator Manzo. Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering that in the same breath, whether members of the committee should not allow other members to
My prerogative. Forget about
yes,
what
I'm
I'm
just,
saying.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just, you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm not challenging
But
your
you have
decision.
just come in also, you know. Actually, you are not even on the queue for your
Mr.
information.
Speaker, as a leader, I just don't speak for myself. I speak for everyone.
But also, I can't see you whether you want to speak or not. You have
I
not.
don't know why, because I've
You have
requested.
not.
But that's okay, Mr. Speaker. I was just proposing, I mean, not just for this one. You know, at times that there are members who sit in committees.
You remember last
they
week,
process
you know,
business.
last week I give priority to all the leaders first. You
Mr. Speaker, if
Do
you could just have
remember?
listened to my request, it was a very different line of thinking. I was saying, you know, the members who sit in committees, they process business that comes to the floor. There are other members who don't sit in those committees.
You know, it is the prerogative of the chair to give members.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, we are guided.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I will try to be brief so that members can also participate. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the referendum law in this country has been long overdue, just like public participation law, Mr. Speaker. Every time we go to court on these issues, Mr. Speaker, the courts point out, look, the House should have made a referendum law. The House should have made a public participation law. Otherwise, the standards will be set elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, this country have had a referendum before the new constitution came into being. And Mr. Speaker, that referendum, the one of yes and no, the one of orange and banana, Mr. Speaker, every Kenyan is aware what happened that time and how we try to follow or emulate other countries. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Okiya Omtata was talking of one of the best examples in Switzerland, and I still challenge the chair that even with this law be passed, as a committee of JLAC, we still need to visit and see, because they conduct referendums quite often. The Brexit referendum, Mr. Speaker, was also done, and Britain decided to leave the European Union by giving the people the power. Mr. Speaker, also, in this referendum law, referendum can be done at county level for county issues. Now, there's one thing, Mr. Speaker, we left out while coming with this referendum law, and that is a legislation whether a referendum can be conducted together with a general election as the seventh ballot box. But also the question of referendum questions come, because when we want to do a referendum, there are several questions people will vote for, either vote yes or vote no. And it's like a general election, Mr. Speaker, and has borrowed a lot, you know, from the general election. And I want to say that when we went through this and have come up with this bill, Mr. Speaker, then we need to come up, and I was suggesting to Senator Okiya Omtata and my chair, Senator Wakili, that during third reading, we introduced that section that, Mr. Speaker, a referendum can be conducted at the same time with a general election. It saves the country monies, it saves the country the inconvenience of conducting an election in the middle of the term, and as many people are mobilized to participate, because in a general election, Mr. Speaker, people are mobilized from the MCA level, from the MP level, from the county level, from the national level. And sometimes we may have questions which may need to be referred to the people. And the ultimate result of this, Mr. Speaker, is that the people decide on that particular and automatically amends the Constitution. So referendum law is very important, very critical. And Mr. Speaker, I beg to support, and we look forward to suggestions from members so that during third reading, Mr. Speaker, we can refine it and make it a better law for the country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next is Senator Cherargei Samson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to inform the House, as the Chair Emeritus of Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, during the last session, we were able to discuss this issue so that the current members can know where we are coming from with Senator Wambua. Mr. Speaker, I think it is unfair for the country that for the last 16 years, we have never had a functional referendum law. I think as a parliament, we must be flat, we must be called out for not doing what is expected of us as per Article 96 on the role of legislation. Mr. Speaker, you remember there were Punguza Mzigo initiative, there were Okoa, then pushed by the former Prime Minister, there was one by Okuro Okot. They tried to Punguza Mzigo, another initiative of Okoa, Kenya, through the referendum. And by that time, Mr. Speaker, we were told that the signatures that were presented to Anniversary Towers IEBC involved signatures of cows or funny characters, and that is the reason it was being rejected, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I want to thank the Committee of JLAC, led by the top lawyer, Mr. Speaker, I would say in Kipsigis, for the good job they have done, the justice they have done for this bill. This bill, Kenyans should understand that as we go ahead, we might need these laws to enrich what we gave to ourselves and to our future generations. The reading of Article 255, Mr. Speaker, there are two processes of amending this Constitution. And I think coming from the Constitution that came into effect from the independence to 2005 referendum, then we came to 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, it has faced a lot of challenges, and we must give that the reason we were proposing stringent measures of amending the Constitution was because of the history this country has had, where Parliament would sit in one afternoon and decide to amend the entire Constitution, altering the governance structure and many other structures. And that is why there are two processes of amending the Constitution, that is amending the Constitution through popular initiative and parliamentary initiative. I have seen, Mr. Speaker, the bill has dwelled on giving effect to Article 255 on amending through popular initiative, Mr. Speaker. But on amendment by parliamentary initiative, of course, it has, Mr. Speaker, it's a simple process, just like introducing any other bill before the House, Mr. Speaker. The both houses, which is bicameral as per Article 93, should agree on how this amendment should be done through Parliament. And, Mr. Speaker, the reading of that article is very restrictive because it does not allow us to alter certain structures of the Constitution as opposed to what we are seeing, Mr. Speaker. And that is why, if you read Article 255, Article 256 and approve with Clause 2 by the amendment relates to the following matters. And I think Kenyans should understand that this bill or popular initiative will cover such issues like supremacy of the Constitution, the territory of Kenya, the sovereignty of the people, the national values and principles of good governance, Bill of Rights, the term of office of the President, which I was very keen to amend, Mr. Speaker, and that is why we were able to propose a bill. Mr. Speaker, the independence of the judiciary and the commissions and the independence to which Chapter 15 applies, the functions of Parliament, the objects and structure of devolved government and provisions of this chapter. Mr. Speaker, that has been reduced to the popular initiative. And I'm happy that the bill just enriched what Article 255 is talking about by popular initiative, where if you have a proposal looking at clause 5, 6, Mr. Speaker, clause 7, and clause 8, proposes that if you want to bring a referendum question, Mr. Speaker, you must draft the question, you must have at least 1 million signatures, then you can present for verification. And, Mr. Speaker, the IEBC has been given 90 days to verify verification exercise, and they must report back to the petitioners or the people who are proposing to bring a referendum question or referendum on matters, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and we have seen, I just saw a number of countries and other jurisdictions who have done their referendum, Mr. Speaker. And if they constitute that, they will, if the IEBC, Mr. Speaker, within 90 days finds out that the bill meets the threshold, they are able to submit a draft bill after the verification exercise, Mr. Speaker, will submit to each and every county assembly. That is for 7 county assemblies, Mr. Speaker, and the county assemblies are expected to consider within a particular timeline Mr. Speaker, so that it can be certified. And in fact, I don't know the wisdom of the committee that if you don't receive a response within 3 months, your bill is deemed not approved. I thought it should be deemed approved. Because if it has not been considered, I hope the chair of JLAC is noting, then the bill should have been approved. It's not, Mr. Speaker, what the bill are saying, if you take your draft bill to any county assembly, and majority out of 47, I want to imagine more than 30 county assemblies, that bill is deemed not approved. My proposal should change the wording that it's deemed approved, and MCS, if they consider, Mr. Speaker, then that's introduced in Parliament, and it will be brought before the House, which shall publish us and for discussion. And then, Mr. Speaker, that will be taken to the people to decide, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to emphasize the consideration of the county assemblies. Therefore, if it is approved, then it is taken for the referendum, Mr. Speaker, as it was submitted. So, the role of the county assemblies, and that is why it's important, even as we go to the next election, that the quality and the type of members of county assembly we elect as Kenyans, we should be very, very keen and ensure we get the MCS, Mr. Speaker, because they have a unique role, especially in amendment of referendum, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, and that is why some of us have been very passionate at having MCS who do and work for their job, but we must also give them capacity and ability to do their job as MCS, including ensuring that they have county assemblies that function properly, functionality within the county assembly. We give them remuneration and salaries, Mr. Speaker. We give them financial autonomy, which you have bill, which has been ascended by the president. They now have financial autonomy. They have capacity to do their things as the MCS, including mileage allowances, giving them proper salaries, ensuring their officers are well remunerated, so that you can see the weight that we give on the MCS. Apart from doing oversight, representation, budget-making process, they also participate in referendum process that we expect, Mr. Speaker. So I want to appeal that the referendum question must be drafted and be brought on the parliamentary initiative. I think if both houses agree and it is resolved, Mr. Speaker, that one should be communicated to the President by the House, so that you can ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the President be able to assent. Mr. Speaker, of course, this referendum process, and I want to agree because of the cost. Mr. Speaker, we were being told sometimes back that Kenya has the highest cost of per voter. We were being told that it is 2,000. I think if I'm right, 2,000 per voter, which is not known in other countries. The cost of elections in this country is very expensive. We must, and I want to believe the reason the elections is expensive in Kenya is because there is deficit of trust among Kenyans. Kenyans rarely believe or have that integrity of the process of elections, Mr. Speaker. So we must ensure that is the cost of our mistrust. Because in other countries, and I have seen Donald Trump, the other day, I think it is California, if I'm not right, I'm not wrong, where they want to reject voting early through by mail or, Mr. Speaker, the trust and the value that we have as a country should even allow us to vote a day early through the mail, the way American elections works, Mr. Speaker. I went to Brazil when I was then the chair of JLAC, and we were able to be taken the process on how, Mr. Speaker, an election can be done. So I want to propose, Mr. Speaker, there are many referendum issues that even as we go to 2027, we need to include the 7 ballot paper to be about referendum question, Mr. Speaker, so that we can be able to do in one election, we are able to do, which is cost effective, all the 6 ballot papers plus the 7 on referendum question, Mr. Speaker. And we have so many referendum questions, and I want to confirm to the country, apart from the constitutional referendum issue, we also have other referendums. If, for example, Vihiga as a county, or Nandi as a county, or Kitui, if they want to discuss about their natural resources like sand, they are allowed under this law to do a referendum on that matter, Mr. Speaker. If, for example, a country, and I know this might not be very good, there was a time, was it some militia or some sect in Coast? They used to say, Pwani si Kenya. They wanted to secede, like what happened to Russia. I think between the Georgia, we have the issue of Ukraine and many others. They were able to do a referendum and secede of secession, Mr. Speaker. So this one allows, and in fact, Mr. Speaker, we are struggling with the issue of health, for example. As a country, under the 4th schedule, Mr. Speaker, we were discussing about ambulances today. We were discussing about health sector in Kitui, in Nandi, which is deplorable, Mr. Speaker. If, for example, the UAC workers and Kenyans believe that there could be a problem, Mr. Speaker, with the health sector, we can put a referendum to Kenyans and ask, should we return the health sector to be run by national government? Because looking at 4th schedule, health sector is devolved. But every day in this house, Mr. Speaker, we are discussing, if it is not about lack of drugs, it's poor service delivery. If we are not discussing about poor service delivery, we are discussing about manpower, issues of human resource, like the issue of, Mr. Speaker said, the issue of UHC workers, which is more than 7,000 who have been on contract for the last 6 years. Mr. Speaker, yet they are yet to be observed under permanent and pensionable. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue of other referenda, which has been provided by clause number 17, provide that the county laws or petitions, they can be done, even a member in Nandi or Kitui or Meru, where you are a member of Njurinjeke, a distinguished member of Njurinjeke, can sit and agree and say, today we want to do a petition or a referendum on recognizing the Njurinjeke Council of Elders as part of the governance structure of Meru County government. This clause number 17, ably drafted, you have that opportunity. Even if it is about the resource, the oil in Turkana, the people of Turkana can petition and do a referendum on their own natural resources, Mr. Speaker. These are some of the issues that when you look at the other referendums that has been provided, Mr. Speaker, is provided, and therefore the rest of the bill has provided the petition process on how it should be done when you disagree, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of whether this referendum should be done. What we are saying, Mr. Speaker, even as a country, we can even propose a referendum on rotational presidency, Mr. Speaker, that we do a referendum and do a referendum on rotational presidency, that we say since Meru or Tharaka or they have never produced a president, Mr. Speaker, in the next maybe 2032 onwards, we have a rotational presidency like what is happening in Nigeria. That can be a question of referendum, where we say since Tharaka and Meru, you have never produced Mount Kenya East, you have never produced or Kitui or Makueni or Kamba region, Mr. Speaker, or any other part of this country, northern Kenya, or even Turkana, we can propose a referendum to say, let us have a rotational presidency. And then maybe in 2032, when Professor Kithure Kindiki will be running for presidency, we say now, as a country, we allow Professor Kithure Kindiki, because he comes from region Mount Kenya East, the larger Mount Kenya region, to run for presidency. That is a good question. We can, as a country, come with a referendum that we don't want to deal with the politics of tribalism, politics of just stamping, Mr. Speaker. We can sit as a country. We can come as a country and say, let us do a referendum against regional or political parties that is undermining the Constitution. We can do a referendum, Mr. Speaker. The referendum is just like a public participation that is organized as envisaged by Article 10 of the Constitution on national values and good governance, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, the IEBC has been given a challenge, Mr. Speaker, and that comes to my question, Mr. Speaker. The reading of the Constitution on independent commissions. You know, this country, we operate like microwave principle. Mr. Speaker, between year 1, 2, 3, and 4, we don't give adequate resources to IEBC. But the 5th year, because it's election, we put on like a microwave. And we expect everything to run as is, Mr. Speaker. The commissioners that we have today, and I want to congratulate them for doing good job in the recent by-elections, are barely in office for some time. And yet we had started saying, even we are proposing in the referendum, Mr. Speaker, that we need to even do staggering of our elections. That can be a referendum question, Mr. Speaker. So do we put and ensure that the IEBC commissioners in office, can we alternate them when we are doing hiring, Mr. Speaker? I think the biggest problem in this country, and the bishop, distinguished incoming governor of Kitui, will agree to me, is the deficit of trust process in this country. We don't trust ourselves. We don't trust institutions. Until you see your kinsman in an office, then you start trusting, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we are seeing Even when the current President William Ruto is in office, there is a region in this country that thinks, Mr. Speaker, that they must be in presidency so that the country can run. It is part of lack of trust in our institutions, Mr. Speaker, because that is the whole point, Mr. Speaker. We must trust. Mr. Speaker, when we see CS of Health, Aden Duale in office, the people, some of them fight him, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say that the reason, Mr. Speaker, and that is the trust process, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy Senator Garissa is now on the seat. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree that the reason President William Ruto is being fought today is simply it comes from a certain region. And there are people in this country, Bishop, Senator Wambua, that believe they must be the presidents of this country for this country to run, Mr. Speaker. Even I'm worried of his party leader. There are people who see him the way they believe that he should not run for presidency because he simply comes from the region that they don't have numbers. We must demystify this issue of tyranny of numbers. There are people, in fact, from your region, the CS of Elde Duale, when he was appointed as the Minister of Defense, Minister of Forestry, Minister of Health, there are people who believe people from your region cannot be good leaders. Even I don't want to mention your brother, Mr. Speaker, but allow me to mention with your indulgence, there are people who think that some people from a region should not run offices, Mr. Speaker. And that is why when CS Duale spoke yesterday, what he said has been blown out of context. Because he believes in one united Kenya, he has been a majority leader. Mr. Speaker, if you want to know that a person who is loyal, absolutely loyal, and now he should write a book about loyalty, is CS Aden Duale. He has been very loyal to go to the president, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, and I know also you have been very loyal, Mr. Speaker, and we are proud, Mr. Speaker. So this referendum law is one of the laws. And I want when the bishop, as I conclude, because I know he must go to Kitui, he has a raft of engagements tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, but he should console some of us because we have met presidents. We have been there, even together with Senator Haji, we met Uhuru president, we have met Ruto president. So my brother, if you need consultancy service how to become a governor, console me and Senator Haji, and we'll ensure that you are the governor of Kitui, including Senator Katuri. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, congratulations to the committee.
Yes, Deputy Speaker, what is your point of order?
You know, Mr. Speaker, when I left that seat, the Levant seat of the chair, I heard him say that he is very happy that you are now seated there. I want to ask my colleague, is he trying to undermine the Levant during Cheke Heonda, who occupied the seat for 1.5 hours and managed the House to the best of his ability this afternoon? Yes. And are you aware that even today as we sit here, we are in the factions in Njurincheke? Yes. We ended 2 Njurincheke chairs. Yes. And today, through my leadership and the governor of Meru, as we sit here this afternoon, we have made them to sit together and reconcile their differences and become one team, Njurincheke, Meru, Njurincheke Council of Elders. So as I sit here, I was trying even to organize and to reflect what they are discussing because we want them to come together. So are you in order that you are not happy when the Njurincheke patron will sit on the throne as the chair of this session this afternoon?
Senator Cherargei, could you please clarify and also correct your statement according to the elder Deputy Speaker? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the answer will bear me a lot because I had revered the distinguished Senator of Meru, Deputy Speaker of the Republic of Kenya of the Senate, and also I revered Njurincheke Elder. The reason I was saying I'm happy you are seated is because I wanted to mention something about marginalized communities. And I wanted to equate that the offices, most of these marginalized communities, as traditionally referred, were now occupying the central government of President William Ruto. Mr. Speaker, because in the interest of time and my colleagues allow me to yield, but I'm willing to buy him a drink after the sitting so that we can harmonize those positions. I yield back, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my only request that I would make to the Senator of Nandi is that he will sit back and patiently follow my submission, as I did when he was submitting. And that, Mr. Speaker, he must also take an undertaking that there will be no frivolous points of order when the Senator of Kitui is on the floor. Exactly what I was talking about, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand. Mr. Speaker, I stand. Mr. Speaker, frivolous points of order are not allowed by the Senate through the standing order. So I don't see what is out of order.
Senator Cherargei, what's out of order?
Speaker, is it in order? Because we are having learners and visitors, and this is an open engagement, that is alleging that some of the members are raised frivolous point of orders, yet our standing orders, under standing order number 98, as provided for a standing order as part of the rules and procedure of the running the House. Mr. Speaker, is it in order for Senator Wambua to usurp your powers? Because as the chair, you are the only one who determines whether a point of order goes through or not. Is it in order? Can you withdraw and apologize to Kenyans and members so that members don't run away from exercising their role as per standing order number 98?
Yes, Senator Wambua.
Mr. Speaker, I even if I wanted to apologize, I don't know what I would apologize for, Mr. Speaker, because frivolous points of orders are not allowed by our standing orders. And I'm just saying that nobody should rise on a frivolous point of order. Mr. Speaker, what am I supposed to apologize for? I'll be ready to apologize, but for what? I'm just stating the standing orders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can see the Senator of Nandi has eaten ample pie, so let him just listen.
No, stop.
So, Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Stop the Senator's time.
Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cherargei. Yes, Senator Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, I would really wanted to listen to Senator Wambua, and I don't have a problem listening to him. I'm a patient man. The standing order number 98 is part of the rules and procedure of the House. So if Senator Wambua states that there are frivolous point of orders in this House, he is even inviting a more rather understanding order 101 on the contents and speeches of members by informing the public that there could be frivolous point of orders being raised on this House, Mr. Speaker. Can the distinguished Senator of Kitui just eat a humble pie, apologize, and submit? That is what, so that Kenyans don't think that we raise frivolous point of order, Mr. Speaker. That is my only concern. If he withdraws, he would have said even kindly, point of orders as a matter of right, understanding order 98. And I want to challenge him. He's a member of SBC like you. Can he move that we delete standing order number 98? Then from there, we can agree with this assertion. Mr. Speaker, can he not even apologize? Can he set the record straight?
Yeah, very well, Senator Wambua. Set the record straight.
Yes, I will.
And in the same breath, I do agree with Senator Cherargei about frivolous points of orders. That is a determination to be made by the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I never at any one point imagined that I would make that determination. I just stood on the floor and reinstated that the points of orders, Mr. Chair, there is something called common usage or context, traditions. Mr. Speaker, and I hope my time is frozen. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's also important that we also learn a few things from each other. Mr. Speaker, the House runs by way of standing orders, Constitution, the law, traditions, usages. Mr. Speaker, we don't live in a vacuum. We live in a society. And the Kenyan population, the world, they follow what we do on the floor of the Senate. The Speaker, if there was any medal to be given to any senator on the matter of raising standing orders, points of order, that medal undisputably will go to the Senator for Nandi. As long as the Speaker, when I say these things, it's not because I'm condescending or anything. And the Speaker, to put the record straight, Senator for Nandi, you know, if you want us to go that way, then we'll go that way. A senator must be responsible for the facts that they allege on the floor. The Senator for Nandi has stated, as a matter of fact, that the Senator of Kitui, and he keeps saying the next governor of Kitui County, sits in the Senate Business Committee. And he said that as a matter of fact. The Speaker, I don't. And the Speaker does not. So don't mislead the House by raising standing orders that really don't apply. Mr. Speaker, I want to comment on this bill, with your permission. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise to, first of all, congratulate the team, the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee of the Senate, led by the Senator for Bomet, a leader that I have come to admire his style of leadership, and for providing leadership to the team of senators in this committee to come up with this piece of legislation, which is actually long, long overdue. Mr. Speaker, it is unimaginable that almost 15 years after the passage of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, this country does not have a referendum law. And yet, Mr. Speaker, there have been attempts, several attempts, to carry out a referendum on different issues in this country. Mr. Speaker, I want to say I am a happy leader today that perhaps those attempts did not sail through, because then we would have found ourselves in a very awkward situation, carrying out a referendum without a referendum law. Now we have an opportunity as Parliament, and this is one of the legislations, Mr. Speaker, that this Parliament will be remembered for if we pass the referendum bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2026. Mr. Speaker, a few things. And one of the things that I want to say, Mr. Speaker, and I want to disagree, and I was praying initially that the Senator for Nandi will sit and listen to this submission, because there is something that he has said that I want to disagree with, Mr. Speaker. That we make the referendum question the 7th ballot during our elections, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we can have a debate around that issue. Why do I say that? I say that, Mr. Speaker, because, you know, in between elections, there are a lot of serious issues that Kenyans may want to carry out a referendum on. And it cannot be saying, Mr. Speaker, that then when we want to have a referendum, then we have to wait until the election time that we're going to have a referendum. Because again, even at that ballot, the issues that could have accumulated within the 5 years could be so many and so different that we may need 5, 6, 7 other ballots included in the election for determination. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to push the agenda that the issue of referendums should be a live issue for Kenyans. That referendums can be held at any one given time as long as the procedures are followed and adhered to in accordance to the bill. Mr. Speaker, very quickly, I want to thank the committee for providing clarity on how referendums would be held in this country. I want to thank them again for properly assigning roles and responsibilities for different institutions of government, including county assemblies in the carrying out of referendums. And why am I happy about the inclusion of the county assemblies in the conduct of referendum, especially under the popular initiative? Mr. Speaker, you know, we must all agree that county assemblies have continued to discharge very, very critical responsibilities and take up obligations for the success of devolution. But one of the things that has happened, Mr. Speaker, in the county assemblies is that the facilitation for county assemblies to undertake critical national functions through devolution, Mr. Speaker, national in the sense that these are matters cutting across the country, the facilitation, Mr. Speaker, has been very, very wanting. Mr. Speaker, we have an opportunity here, if we pass this law, and we should, to also make sure that we properly empower and build the capacities of all the 47 county assemblies so that at any one given time, they are ready to take up any popular initiative for an amendment of the Constitution or any issue raised through a referendum. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I have liked about this bill is that the bill talks about the establishment of referendum committees. Senator Bomet and his colleagues have had the wisdom and the presence of mind, the Speaker, to take note of the fact that for every referendum, there will be people opposed to it, and there will be people in support of the referendum. The Speaker, I like the equality of arm extended to the referendum committees by the Senate Committee on Legal Affairs. That they take full recognition that there will be a significant populations or percentage of the population that may take either side of the divide. And the establishment of referendum committees, Mr. Speaker, and the requirement in this law that each one of them will have to be first be registered. There's a process of registering committees opposed to a referendum and in support of a referendum. The Speaker, the next thing that they have gone ahead to say is that each of these committees shall bear the full cost of the operations. The Speaker, this is important because initially we are born witness to situations where government spends money in support of a view. And then if that view then is a referendum, chances are that those people who have taken a side which is not being supported by government shall not be properly facilitated to push their view. So, the Speaker, it's important that each referendum committee will be required to bear the cost of their operations. Mr. Speaker, this is the one time that I want to agree with Senator Cherargei. Senator Wakili Sigei, I'll urge your committee to reconsider the provision that you have made in the bill, which says, and I quote, if either house fails to pass the bill, the matter shall be submitted to the people in a referendum. If a house neither passes nor rejects the bill within 18 months, it is treated as not passed by Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I have a problem with that provision. To me, Mr. Speaker, this is encouraging laziness on the part of Parliament. It is not encouraging a situation where people can't confront, legislators do not want to confront difficult situations. That just by the passage of time, they want to make a decision by doing nothing. The Speaker, I think a leader is known during times of severe challenge. A leader is known when a decision has to be made, and a decision that may not even be very popular. The Speaker, I would rather the committee words that phrase differently, that if a House neither passes nor rejects the bill within 18 months, it is treated as having been passed by Parliament. So that leaders can apply themselves to confront the issues that their people face. As Speaker, I remember in the year 2016, and we should always be ready to borrow from best practices. In the year 2016, Mr. Speaker, in the UK, during the Brexit referendum, a referendum that threatened to tear the UK apart. And Mr. Speaker, the people took the bull by its horns and decided to confront a very difficult issue. Mr. Speaker, this issue of leaders running away from difficult issues and subjects should not be encouraged through the law. I hope that the committee will consider that proposal and in a way ensure that Parliament, both houses of Parliament, apply themselves to any referendum question that comes before them. The Speaker, lastly, is the issue of the IEBC and the role that this bill allocates to them, including the drafting of the referendum question. Mr. Speaker, today I had the opportunity to sit with some of my colleagues who are lawyers, some of them senior counsel, and we were discussing the issue of IEBC and what the IEBC is required to do by law, what it has been able to do so far, what is unable to do. Mr. Speaker, the IEBC is such an important organ in the democratic process of any nation. The electoral bodies, Mr. Speaker, across the world are key cogs in the running of democratic institutions, including democratic governments. The Speaker, this issue of the IEBC being treated as though it is just another organ out there to carry out national functions, the Speaker, is a matter that we need to debunk as a Senate, maybe through this bill, and ensure that, the Speaker, at any one given time, the IEBC is properly funded and properly constituted, the Speaker, to be able to undertake a referendum question that may arise at any one given time in any cycle, whether in between a cycle, at the beginning of a cycle, at the end of an election cycle. The IEBC must always, Mr. Speaker, be ready. And this thing of the last minute funding for IEBC, where even if you're going to carry out a referendum, then we say, we have like a year to go, and now we need to look for money for IEBC. Mr. Speaker, the IC budget is one that must be taken very good care of to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that they are always ready to carry out a referendum at any one given time without having to wait for funding to come at the end of an election cycle. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to thank the committee once again, and the Speaker also remind our colleagues that apart from this law, Mr. Speaker, which is a very important law, Mr. Speaker, there is another second piece of legislation that as a House we promised this country. And now we are going towards the end of our time. And we have not enacted that law. It's the law on impeachment, Mr. Speaker. And I remember very well, and I will say it here on the floor because it was said on the floor. I remember there was a commitment from the Senator of Kakamega that he was going to be drafting a bill on impeachment. So that, Mr. Speaker, the House is properly guided and anchored on the law on how to carry out impeachments at all levels of government, Mr. Speaker. That is also another very, very critical law that this Senate, as defenders of devolution, should think of passing and enacting before the end of our life in this Senate. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, and this is my responsibility, I also undertook, Mr. Speaker, to push a legislation on the separation of the office of the Ministry of Finance and the National Treasury. Mr. Speaker, that law is drafted. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that by the time we are going on recess, we shall do a first reading on that bill so that the members here can make a decision on whether they want the National Treasury and the Ministry of Finance at the national level to be the same office, or they want a clear distinction, Mr. Speaker, between the Ministry of Finance and the National Treasury. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
Senator Nyamo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I happen to be part of the JLAC committee. We have been working on this bill most mornings by 8 a.m. under the leadership and guidance of our able chair, Senator Wakili Hilary Sigei, and I'm excited to have it on the floor of the House so that we can finally have a framework for referendums in this country. And on the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this bill. It is very timely as it is necessary. We know that we had a constitution in 2010, but it did not set out, as much as it provides for referendum in this country, it did not set out how referendum should be carried out. The legal framework was missing from the Constitution. And this bill comes to clear that deficiency and fill that gap, Mr. Speaker. Democracy is not just about elections. It is also about how a process where Kenyans are making such a decision that the process is fair, it is predictable, and it is beyond reproach. A referendum is one of the highest form of expressions, sovereign form of expressions, where a nation can make a decision, Mr. Speaker. And so it was not fair that referendums were subject to fragmented pieces of legislation, or it was up to the discretion of the administration of the day, or we make the rules as we go, Mr. Speaker. As legislators, we are called upon to strengthen the institutions of these countries, to make certain laws that give predictability, and that is exactly what this bill does, Mr. Speaker. And this bill should not be mistaken like we are amending the Constitution. The two are separate. They have nothing to do with each other. What we are simply doing today is setting the rules for a referendum. And as a committee, I can say we did an impressive job, and I would want the whole House, all members, to support this bill, as it is a game changer in the country of how citizens exercise their sovereign power. I've seen the Senator for Meru, I think he has stepped out. I heard him saying the other day that for a long time, Mount Kenya West has been taking advantage of them. Every time they support their candidates. But this time, when they have a deputy president from their region who is just one step or a heartbeat away from the presidency, so to speak, Mount Kenya West has not been reciprocating that support. And I do not know if we can test this referendum law by Kenyans making that decision if kama Mount Kenya ipasuke. Because everywhere you go in Mount Kenya East, I hear they are saying ipasuke. We can test this law, Mr. Speaker, the referendum law, so that we can give the East autonomy if that's what Kenyans will decide through this law. And with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support.
There being no other senators wanting to contribute, I call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to appreciate the following members who have contributed in support of this particular bill. Senator Okiya Omtata, who seconded this bill, Senator Agnes Kavindu, Senator Danson Manzo, who is a member of the committee, and Senator Cherargei, Senator Wambua, and lastly, Senator Karen Nyamu, who is also a member of JLAC committee. Mr. Speaker, their contribution in support of the bill has and will actually guide a number of the concerns, Mr. Speaker, which we indicated earlier on that we've proposed certain amendments in the committee of the whole to this bill. And to be specific, just in a very quick rejoinder to some of them, Mr. Speaker, is on the application of the Elections Act with necessary, I would say, adjustments or modifications in terms of what would be relevant to apply to a referendum process. Because questions like voter eligibility, voter registration, the maintenance of the voter register, polling officials, as well as the conduct of the campaign process are already provided for by the Elections Act, and this law, Mr. Speaker, with necessary modifications, will seek to apply the provisions of the Elections Act when it comes to process of referendum. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, the timelines within which a county assembly is expected to either approve or reject, and if they were to approve, to send a certificate of approval to both houses of parliament, has been capped at a period of 3 months. And this, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the concern that Senator Wambua raised in terms of the inaction on the part of the houses where they failed to approve. But I'll just make a comment on that as I close. And, Mr. Speaker, the provision as to the timeline within which a county assembly is required to vote on it, and in this case, Mr. Speaker, majority of them, of course, is the majority that we also have when it comes to voting on delegations on matters affecting the counties. And thirdly, Mr. Speaker, a comment on the petitions which are normally filed or would most likely be filed arising from a referendum election and process. It is provided for in the bill that it will be handled by a 3-judge bench. You recall, Mr. Speaker, in the BBI case, the petitioners first had to put in an application to ask for a 3-judge bench. Subsequently, that was granted. In the bill, we have proposed that a petition arising out of a referendum question or a pre-referendum process can only be dealt with by a 3-judge bench. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, in the course of Senator Wambua's contributions, he made a proposal that we reconsider the provision of the clause that seeks to, provide that if both houses of parliament are unable to act on a referendum question within a period of 18 months, it be treated. Now, in the clause that's providing for this, it should be treated as having failed. Senator Wambua's proposal that we have got to rephrase it to treat it as that which have been done, Mr. Speaker, speaks to what we struggled and we agonized as a committee in terms of how to draft that particular clause. And Speaker, an omission on the part of the Houses of Parliament to act is an actionable omission. I mean, it's something that the law treats it as a constitutional violation. And since we do have the judiciary, which has got remedies on how to deal with this case, the committee indeed agonized to how to put the clause so that members of both houses can act, either to pass or to reject within the timeline that you provided for 18 months. But I want, Mr. Speaker, to invite Senator Wambua to probably give a proposal on how we can redraft this, and we will consider it as a committee. We'll put in that particular amendment on the wording of that clause in the committee of the whole so that we capture the spirit and also we incorporate what the equity maxim that says, of course, that which ought to have been done and has not been done can either be treated to have been done. But of course, we did not want to deem the action of voting either to support or to reject such a bill within a period of 18 months as a committee to be appropriate, especially this being a law that will be dealing with constitutional amendment matters as well as non-constitutional amendment matters. So, Mr. Speaker, as I appreciate these members who have contributed, I urge the members to support this bill as we close on it because it is long overdue. The country needs a referendum law. The courts have guided, the courts have given pronouncements on the need to have a referendum law, and therefore it is high time that this bill be voted for by the members and be enacted as a law so that if and when Kenyans desire to amend the constitution, because in the run-up to the BBI case, Mr. Speaker, there was a conversation around the constitution of Kenya being ripe for an amendment, and that amendment can only happen if a referendum law is in place. So, Mr. Speaker, I reply and thank you for giving JLAC and the team to pass to have this bill debated today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator, you need to ask to defer the vote.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the guidance. Mr. Speaker, I pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 66.3, ask that we defer the putting of the question to the next sitting of the House.
Very well, honorable senators. The next order, I think we shall defer orders number 18 to order number 21. Honorable senators, there being no other business on the order paper, the Senate stands adjourned until Tuesday, 28th July 2026 at 2:30 p.m.
Well, it's 2:30 in the PM, the time allocated for the Senate plenary sitting on this afternoon, the 16th day of the month of July, the year 2026. This is a live broadcast brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. A warm welcome to you, and we are glad that you're joining us for these proceedings. Currently on your screens, that is inside the Senate chambers, we should be starting to see members of the Senate making their way into the House. I can see the Senator for Kisii, Honorable Richard Onyoka, has already stepped into the chamber. More members should be making their way into the House, and also we should be expecting to see the Speaker's procession also making its way into the chamber in just a short while. However, as we wait for that, we shall take a look at the business that the members of the Senate shall this afternoon be transacting. This afternoon there is a resumption, or the resumption of the debate on the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly and co-sponsored by the Senate. Leader of the majority party, this is the Kenya Roads Board, is coming up for debate. This is resumption of a debate that was interrupted during the Wednesday afternoon sitting, that is yesterday's afternoon sitting. This is a bill that is at its second reading stage, meaning debate on it is currently underway. It is a bill that proposes amendments that include either deletion of a number of sections or a substitution to various sections. There is a deletion of section 47 and substitution of it as that is under the classification of roads. This regards the classification of roads, where it indicates that when a new public road, or where a new public road is established, that a responsible authority or a county government shall submit to the Cabinet Secretary a request in writing for classification of the public road. Now, you will notice that this being a bill originating from the National Assembly affects some of the functions of the county government. For instance, a clause 4 of this amendment proposes the insertion of a new section, that is 47A and 47B, Cap 408, that gives responsibilities to the county governments regarding the management of these particular roads. And some of the functions or the mandates include maintenance, rehabilitation, and development of county roads. There's also the management of road reserves and facilitation of access to roadside developments with respect to county roads. So this is a bill that originates from the National Assembly. However, much as it affects the functions of county governments or the devolved units, it has to be considered by the Senate, that is the House that oversees the functions of the devolved units and also the interests of the county government. So we can see that the Speaker's procession is almost at the entrance into the Senate chambers. The Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, making his way into the House. He will be presiding over this afternoon sitting, the 16th day of July, the year 2026. This is a broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with KBC. My name is Kamche Menza. Good afternoon.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba tuwajalie tuyatenda na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do you have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
So the prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, there is a quorum hitch, and the Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes. Of course, this is as provided for in the House Standing Orders. And that bell is just to alert members of the Senate that there is a quorum hitch and that their presence in the chamber is highly required. So as that particular bell continues, we should be expecting to see more members making their way into the House. And of course, in a short while, that a quorum shall be attained and the business of the day or the sitting of the Senate shall commence. Back to the business that the senators shall this afternoon transact resumption of debates on various bills that had already been considered on the floor of the House. Earlier on, I had indicated to you that the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 bill, a bill originating from the National Assembly, has been lined up for resumption of debate or its debate to resume. It is a bill that is at its second reading stage, and it is a bill that concerns the county governments, affects some of the county government functions. So this is why the Senate also has to be able to consider this particular bill. So it is lined up for its debate to be able to resume. Also, there are around three bills that have been lined up for consideration at the division stage. Of course, this will also be subject to the quorum of the House at the time that this particular business is reached. And of course, these bills include the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, a bill that originates from the National Assembly and co-sponsored by Honorable Senator Catherine Muma, the County Government's Laws Amendment Bill, a bill originating from the Senate and sponsored by the Honorable Senator Abdul Haji, and also the Community Health Promoters Bill originating from the National Assembly and co-sponsored by the Senate leader of the majority party. So these are three bills that have been lined up or scheduled to be considered at the division stage, meaning that debate on them at the second reading stage was concluded, and this particular stage will be giving way for these bills to proceed into the next stage, of course, after that division vote. This afternoon also, the members of the Senate shall consider a motion. This is a motion regarding the proposed regulations on the Traffic School Transport Rules 2026, the Traffic Motor Vehicle Inspection Rules 2026, as well as the National Transport and Safety Authority Operation of Commercial Vehicles Regulations 2026. These are regulations that the Senate's Select Committee on Delegated Legislation considered and presented.
Honorable
Let's listen in.
Now, so we will proceed with the business of this afternoon. Clerk, you may proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader. Senate Majority Leader. Senator for Tharaka Nithi, I thought you would take this opportunity to express your prowess.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Thursday, 16 July 2026. The National Treasury Revised Medium-Term Debt Management Strategy, MTDS, for 2025-2026, 2027-2028, and a report of the Auditor General on the performance audit on the provision of bursaries by the county governments of KC. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I lay.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. Senator Muma, you have 2 notices to give.
Notice of motion, report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the conferment of the city status to Thika Municipality. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the conferment of city status to Thika Municipality laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 15th July 2026, and pursuant to Section 8(6) of the Urban Areas and Cities Act, approves the conferment of city status to Thika Municipality. Honorable Speaker, I have a second one. Notice of motion, report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the cooperation agreement between the national government and the Nairobi City County Government. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion: that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on the cooperation agreement between the national government and the Nairobi City County Government laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 15th July 2026.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement pursuant to Standing Order 52.1, the Honorable Senator Veronica Maina. That statement is dropped. Senator for Taita Taveta County, the Honorable Maruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to raise a statement on the failure by police officers to intervene in a mob justice incident in Mombasa. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 52.1 to make a statement on a matter of national concern namely the failure by police officers to intervene in a mob justice incident in Mombasa that resulted in the death of Mr. John Kalage Joshua. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the 22nd June 2026, at around 13 hours, Mr. John Kalage Joshua, a 24-year-old male from Marungu Ward, Voi Sub-County in Taita Taveta County, was subjected to mob justice at the Marikiti area of Mombasa County. He was later taken to the Coast General Hospital, where he was pronounced dead by medics. Mr. Speaker, sir, the tragic incident took place in full view of police officers who were present at the scene but failed to intervene. The police officers made no effort to save the life of Mr. Kalage. They waited until his lifeless body was left on the road by his assailants and only came in to transport his body to the hospital. Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 26 of the Constitution guarantees that every person has the right to life. It stipulates that a person shall not be deprived of life intentionally except to the extent authorized by the Constitution or any other written law. Further, Article 50 assures every person the right to fair hearing in the event of a dispute, including the right to be heard and be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is therefore concerning that police officers who are mandated by the Constitution and statute to uphold these rights and who serve under the clarion call of utumishi kwa wote would stand idly by and watch as an innocent life was taken. Mr. Speaker, sir, mob justice in this country has taken so many lives, including that of Mr. Kalage, who was accused of being Tanzanian and robbing a man of his manhood through witchcraft. Had the police acted promptly, his life would have been saved. Mr. Speaker, sir, the negligence exhibited by police officers in this instance is deeply troubling and must be condemned. Mob justice is a disgrace to the society and must be checked, with police officers taking the front line in curbing this inhuman behavior. The public should be sensitized and advised against taking the law into their own hands. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I call upon the Inspector General of Police to conduct thorough investigation into this matter and ensure that all those found culpable in the death of Mr. John Kalage Joshua, including the negligent police officers, are brought to book. I thank you.
Now, statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, The Senator for Nandi County, the Honorable Samson Cherargei. That statement is dropped. The Honorable Crystal Asige. That statement is dropped. The Honorable Senator Hezana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the ongoing security and disarmament operation in Tiati constituency, Baringo County. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the legal basis, objectives, and scope of the ongoing security disarmament operation in Tiaty in Baringo County, including details on the specific areas of operation within the constituency, as well as the criteria used in identifying those areas. Secondly, the measures in place to ensure that the security and disarmament operation is conducted in strict conformity with the constitutional and statutory provisions and in a manner that ensures innocent civilians are shielded from harassment and intimidation by security personnel and actual culprits targeted. 3, the mechanisms available for members of the public to report misconduct by security personnel along with the attendant procedures for addressing such complaints. 4, the long-term measures being instituted to sustain the gains of the security and disarmament operation, including details of any planned peace-building and community engagement programs, social economic development initiatives, or upward review of the contingent of security personnel required to be deployed to the concerned areas at any given time. Senator Ezena Lemaletian, thank you.
Senator for Nairobi City County, the Honorable Edwin Sifuna.
Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1. We seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the elevation of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kisumu County to a Level 6 National Teaching and Referral Hospital. Mr. Speaker, the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kisumu was officially gazetted as a Level 6 Teaching and Referral Hospital on 18th June 2025. This transition elevated the facility from county management to a national parastatal under the Ministry of Health, unlocking direct national funding, expanded service delivery, and specialized care. However, county and contracted staff who were expected to be absorbed as parastatal employees with proper job group placement have not yet been confirmed, leaving them disadvantaged in comparison to their counterparts in other Level 6 hospitals. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number 1, the reasons why the JOOTRH staff have not been confirmed officially as parastatal employees with full rights accruing similar to other Level 6 national hospitals in the country. Number 2, whether upon placement of staff in the proper job groups, their salaries will be backdated to the date JOOTRH was gazetted as a Level 6 National Teaching and Referral Hospital and the timelines for effecting this. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, whether the facility has a pension scheme for staff, and if not, outline the plans underway to establish one. Thank you, Speaker.
Senator for Kisii County, the Honorable Richard Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Labour and Social Welfare on a matter of county-wide concern regarding persistent delays by the county government of Kisii to pay salaries and address the employees concerned. Mr. Speaker, number 1, I would like the committee to look at the biometric report of the audited registered employees of Kisii County and designated roles and responsibility within the county organographic structure and the amount of the wage bill from 2023-2026. Mr. Speaker, number 2, I would seek from the committee a breakdown of the salary arrears by the county government of Kisii to its employees, including details of the months of which the arrears relate to and the reasons for the continued failure by the county government to settle the arrears owed to these workers. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, I would want the committee to tell us whether the county government has remitted the monthly statutory deductions and other mandatory deductions such as pension contributions and SHA and any other affected statutory deduction for employees despite these salary delays. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, I would want the committee to interrogate the status of payment of service gratuities for lapsed employment contracts, particularly the employees of the Kisii Teaching and Referral Hospital and the workers under the ShowMap program, which is a World Bank project. Mr. Speaker, number 4, I would want the committee to look at what steps have been taken by the county government to resolve the delays in the payment of salaries, the payment of unsettled and outstanding salary arrears, and ensure timely payment of these salaries and these gratuities in the future. Number 5, Mr. Speaker, I would want the committee to find out when the county government will issue contract extension letters to the employees of KTRH and workers who are working under the ShowMap program, whose contracts lapsed but who continue to be engaged in the county government, working without formal notification of the terms of their continued service delivery. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would want the committee to find out whether the county government could consider transitioning some of the employees from short-term contracts to permanent and pensionable terms, particularly the healthcare workers, in order to enhance job security and improve staff morale within the county health facilities of Kisii. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator for Kisumu County, the Honorable Professor Tom Ojenda. That statement is dropped. Senator for Mombasa County, the Honorable Mwenyehaji Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama kwa mujibu wa kanuni za kudumu namba 53(1) ya kanuni za Bunge la Senate kuomba kauli kutoka kwa kamati ya usalama wa taifa, ulinzi na uhusiano wa kimataifa kuhusu kutokea mara kwa mara kwa janga la moto katika ofisi za shirika la usambazaji maji na usafi wa mazingira ya Mombasa MAWASCO. Mheshimiwa Spika, kutoka mwaka jana kumetokea visa viwili vya moto katika ofisi za MAWASCO. Mnamo tarehe 10 mwezi Mei mwaka 2025 na moto mkubwa uliteketeza ofisi za MAWASCO. Hivi majuzi tena Mheshimiwa Spika, mnamo tarehe 26 Juni mwaka 2026 kulitokea kisa kingine cha moto katika ofisi hizo. Katika kauli hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kamati izingatia yafuatayo: 1, chanzo cha visa vya mara kwa mara vya moto katika ofisi za shirika la usambazaji maji na usafi wa mazingira ya MAWASCO. 2, stakabadhi na mali zilizoteketea katika moto wa tarehe 26 Juni mwaka 2026 ikiambatanishwa na taarifa kuhusu jinsi ambavyo kuteketea huko kwa stakabadhi na mali hiyo kutaathiri utekelezaji kazi katika shirika hilo. 3, sababu za kuchelewa kwa huduma za dharura za kudhibiti moto katika kisa cha hivi karibuni cha tarehe 26 Juni, pamoja na maelezo ya hatua ambazo serikali ya kaunti ya Mombasa inachukua kusuluhisha changamoto zinazochangia kuchelewa huko ili kuboresha huduma za kudhibiti moto kwa ujumla katika siku zijazo. Ya 4, Mheshimiwa Spika, hatua ambazo MAWASCO imechukua ili kuzuia kujirudia tena kwa mikasa ya moto katika ofisi zao. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Senator Mohamed Faki Mwenyehaji, County ya Mombasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, niko na taarifa nyingine ya pili.
You may proceed.
Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama.
Has it been approved?
It was approved, yes.
Okay, proceed.
Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama kwa mujibu wa kanuni za kudumu 53(1) ya kanuni za kudumu za Seneti kuomba kauli kutoka kwa kamati ya elimu kuhusu uajiri wa wanajamii wa eneo husika katika vyuo vya kitaifa vya ufundi anuai cha Pwani katika kilichoko kaunti ya Mombasa. Katika kauli hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kamati zingatia yafuatayo: hatua zilizochukuliwa na Wizara ya Elimu kuhakikisha kwamba ajira katika vyuo vya ufundi anuai zinawajumuisha wanajamii wa maeneo husika. 2, mikakati iliyowekwa ili kuwawezesha wanajamii wa maeneo husika kupewa kipaumbele katika ajira, hususan katika nafasi za uongozi wa vyuo vya anuai. Na 3, Mheshimiwa Spika, orodha ya wafanyakazi wa chuo cha kitaifa cha ufundi anuai cha Pwani ikiambatana na kaunti wanazotoka na vyeo wanavyoshikilia. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Now, this statement pursuant to Standing Order 57.1 is deferred. Senator Fernandi, you may proceed to read your statement, your request for statement.
Request for statement, and thank you for that indulgence, Mr. Speaker, sir. Request for statement on the management and effectiveness of county revenue automation systems. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on a matter of nationwide concern regarding the management and effectiveness of county revenue automation systems and their impact on county governments on source revenue collection. Mr. Speaker, sir, county governments have invested substantially public resources in automated revenue collection systems to improve efficiency, accountability, and on-source revenue. However, reports by the Office of the Auditor General and the Commission on Revenue Allocation, CRA, indicate persistent revenue leakages, incomplete implementation of systems automation, limited revenue growth, and concerns over value for money in the procurement of goods and services. These findings raise serious concerns about the prudent financial management, accountability, and effectiveness of county revenue mobilization. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee should address the following. 1, the current status of county revenue automation systems across all counties, including integration of all revenue streams and linkages with the Integrated Financial and Management Information System known as IFIMIS. Mr. Speaker, sir, number 2, the total public funds spent on procuring, implementing, and maintaining revenue automation systems since devolution, including commissioning payments to private providers or vendors, and the impact on on-source revenue, value for money, and reduction of revenue collection systems. Mr. Speaker, number 3, the continued concurrent operation of manual and automated revenue collection systems in counties, the effectiveness of measures to cap revenue leakages, and the contractual arrangements governing private service providers, including payment of commissions, data ownership, and security. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, whether the procurement and management of county revenue automation systems complied with applicable procurement and finance laws, the implementation of recommendation by oversight institutions, and any action taken where non-compliance was identified. Mr. Speaker, sir, finally, the policy, legal frameworks, legal reforms, and administrative measures being undertaken by the National Treasury, the Commission on Revenue Allocation, CRA, the Council of Governors, COG, and other relevant agencies to establish minimum standards for county revenue automation systems and strengthen accountability, efficiency, and value for money in county on-source revenue collection. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator for Kisumu County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a request for statement on the rise in criminal activities attributed to non-functional street lighting in Kisumu County. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations on a matter concerning county-wide concern regarding rising security concerns associated with non-functional public street lighting within Kisumu County. While the national government is responsible for internal security, Mr. Speaker, county governments play a complementary role by maintaining public infrastructure that supports public safety. In Kisumu City and in other urban centers, prolonged failure to repair streetlights along roads, walkways, markets, and bus termini has heightened insecurity, disrupted evening economic activities, and hindered effective policing and emergency response. It is therefore necessary, Mr. Speaker, to establish the measures being undertaken to restore and maintain public street lighting as part of efforts to enhance public safety and protect lives and property. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the extent to which non-functional street lighting has contributed to insecurity in Kisumu County, particularly in identified crime-prone areas, and whether the county government and relevant security agencies have undertaken any assessment of the link between inadequate public lighting and criminal activity. 2, the measures being undertaken by the county government to restore and maintain street lighting along county roads, public markets, bus parks, recreational areas, and other public spaces affected by insecurity. 3, whether the county government maintains an inventory of non-functional street lights indicating how long they've remained inoperative, reasons for delay in their replacement, and timelines for restoring functionality. 4, the collaborative measures being undertaken by the county government, the National Police Service, and other relevant agencies to enhance security in areas affected by inadequate street lighting, including increased patrols and other crime prevention initiatives. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, the long-term measures being implemented to ensure that public lighting infrastructure remains functional, sustainable, and responsive to the security needs of residents and businesses across Kisumu County. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, I will allow comments on these statements, on the request for statements, for a period of not more than 15 minutes. So if you have an opportunity to speak, kindly do so for not more than 3 minutes. However, before I allow comments, I have this communication to make. Honorable senators, I have a communication to make related to changes in the Senate minority leadership. Honorable senators, via the letter dated 16th of July 2026, I received correspondence from the Senate Minority Leader, Senator Justice Retired Stewart Mazayo EGH, MP, regarding changes in the minority party leadership affecting the office of the Deputy Senate Minority Whip. As you're aware, Standing Order 23.4 provides as follows. A senator elected under paragraph 1 may be removed by a majority of the votes of all senators belonging to the minority party. Further, Standing Order 23.6 states as follows. Upon a decision being made by the minority party under this standing order, the decision of the party shall be communicated to the Speaker in writing, together with the minutes of the meeting at which the decision was made. In the case of the removal of the Senate Minority Leader or the Deputy Senate Minority Leader by the Senate Minority Whip, and B, in the case of the removal of the Senate Minority Whip or the Deputy Senate Minority Whip by the Senate Minority Leader. Now, honorable senators, pursuant to Standing Order 23.6, the said letter from the Senate Minority Leader was accompanied by the following documents. The minutes of the Minority Party meeting dated the 15th of July 2026, which is a record of the proceedings of the meeting together with the resolution, and 2, duly signed list of senators in support of the resolution. From the correspondence, the minutes indicate that a resolution was passed to remove the Deputy Senate Minority Whip, Senator Edwin Sifuna, CBS, MP, in accordance with Standing Order 23.4. The minutes further indicate the minority party elected Senator Eddie Gisheru Okech, MP, to serve as the Deputy Senate Minority Whip in his place pursuant to Standing Order 23.5. Now, honorable senators, Standing Order 23.7, Standing Order 23.7 provides as follows. The Speaker, upon receipt of the decision under paragraph 6, shall verify the correspondence received and deliver a communication to the Senate within 3 sitting days. In this regard, I have verified the correspondence received and hereby communicate that the minority party has effected a change in the office of the Deputy Senate Minority Whip. The new office holder with immediate effect is Senator Eddie Gisheru Okech, MP. I thank you. Now, we're on the comments on the statements that have been made. Senator Manzo. No.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to comment on the statement. I would like to comment on the statement of Senator Faki on Mombasa Technical Institute. Mr. Speaker, I sit in the Committee of National Cohesion, and ordinarily, for every government institution, Mr. Speaker, we've been inspecting and making sure that there is a balance of the gazetted ethnic communities in the country, so that, Mr. Speaker, one institution does not take up only the locals, Mr. Speaker. The unfortunate situation with this institution in Mombasa, the locals have not had an opportunity to serve in their own institution, Mr. Speaker. And from the cohesive nature of things and in balancing of ethnicity in the country, Mr. Speaker, it's been following that whoever person is heading the institution from a different part of the country, they tend to bring in their people and occupy that institution, and the locals, Mr. Speaker, are left without a chance to make use of their own institutions and also enjoy institutions localized to themselves, Mr. Speaker. So I believe this statement will go a long way and will serve as an example to other institutions, so that, Mr. Speaker, the ethnicity of the country is reflected in government institutions in a balanced way. And especially, Mr. Speaker, there has been failure to comply with the law in terms of people with disabilities and an opportunity to serve equally in the Republic as the rest of the people, Mr. Speaker. And at least 5% of every government institution in this Republic, Mr. Speaker, should have accommodated the people with disabilities. What ordinarily happens is that, Mr. Speaker, there are all manner of excuses why these people have not yet been accommodated, and the council dealing with the people with a disability a lot of times is not consulted, and I know it has a proper database. There are many Kenyans abled differently, Mr. Speaker, who can be able to serve in different positions in the Republic of Kenya. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this and say that when it comes to the committee, then we'll be able to make sure that justice is done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mundigi.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi niweze kuchangia taarifa ya Senator wa Kisii Nyoka, na inashirikiana pamoja na Senator wa Nandi kuhusu mambo ya county, vile wafanyikazi wengi wameteseka, mambo ya alias na mambo mingi, na unakuta hata wengine wafanyikazi ama wale contractor wapati hela wakati wamemaliza kazi, na pia wengi wao contractors wamechotwa mali yao na mambo mingi imefanyika. Na hiyo mambo yote, Bwana Speaker, imeendelea kufanyika wakati county tunaipatia pesa katika sisi tunawapatia pesa ya kufanya kazi juu ya devolution, Bwana Speaker. Kwa hiyo, Bwana Speaker, ningeomba kuweze kutengenezwa kamati iweze kuona ni kwa nini kaunti nyingi watu wengi wapati misahara, wale wengine wanateseka, na pia pesa ya hospitali ama ya retirement ikikatwa haikuangi inapelekwa pahali inavaa. Kwa hiyo, Bwana Speaker, ningeomba kuweze kuonekana, kwa sababu hiyo gonjwa imekuwa sio Kisii peke yake, sio Nandi peke yake, hata Embu County. Saa hii ile kitu imeleta shinda ni kwa sababu ya wakati wa zamani kulikuwa na pending bill na wengi bill. Hata county tukiipatia pesa unakuta hakuna kazi inaendelea juu ya ile mandeni. Kwa hiyo, Bwana Speaker, sisi hapa maseneta kutoka mwaka wa 2022 mpaka sasa tunaendelea kupeana. Bwana Speaker, tunaendelea kupeana pesa. Kama mwaka hii ile pesa yote tumepeana, mwaka jana tulipeana bilioni 10, na sasa tumepeana zingine bilioni 13. Hizo pesa yote county 47 imepata 487 billion, na unakuta juu ya hiyo matatisho na njia ya accountability aiendelee na njia ile nafaa. Kwa hivyo ningeomba wakati huu, Bwana Speaker, kuweze kuonekana kama kutatengenezwa kamati iweze kuonekana ni nini ambaye inaleta shinda katika counties, ama ni county ama ni treasury haipeani pesa. Kwa hiyo nikiwa senator wa Embu County naunga mkono. Asante Bwana Speaker, ni mimi Daktari Mundigi.
Senator Okech.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to quickly comment about the statement by Senator Edwin Sifuna on the status of staff in the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious crisis because, Mr. Speaker, when you go to that hospital, you will experience a serious, problem that the staffers there are experiencing. Mr. Speaker, we have, at time without number, gone through a number of issues in this house where you have seen even UHRs, universal healthcare workers, suffering serious financial instability. And this is also happening in Jaramogi Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital, Mr. Speaker, because without this financial stability, Mr. Speaker, we cannot guarantee the services and the stability of the services that the staffers there are giving, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, in this statement, given that we have realized that the status was conferred in June of 2025, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how the audit timeline of this also is going to be done, because already it's a year gone, and these staffers are experiencing a very serious and stringent rules with audits with the PSC, as well as with salaries and remuneration commission, Mr. Speaker. It would be good if this committee also looks at the issue of how is the year in question being audited with regards to the benefits to this staff, Mr. Speaker. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to categorically say, Mr. Speaker, that it will be very important that the committee also integrates in their search, or rather in their quest to this question, Mr. Speaker, to help us understand what is the then coming up terms of service. Because if the terms of service in this hospital, Mr. Speaker, was based on level 5 hospital terms of services that we have seen in the counties, Mr. Speaker, then how is the new terms of service going to be able to take care of the staffers who perhaps because of qualification or otherwise, where we really need technically advanced people who have not been put there, Mr. Speaker, how are they going to be taken care of with the going stalemate in terms of the salaries and delayed salaries that they haven't found?
Senator Boni.
Mr. Speaker, one sentence on the issue of the Jaramogi Teaching and Referral Hospital. We want us to be fair to the communities of Nyanza and the communities of Western on two accounts. Mr. Speaker, the first one, that the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital and KNH are run by sons and daughters from those communities of Western and Nyanza. A fact. I'm one such a son. The communities of those two areas, running into an excess of 8 million people, have no access to level 5, level 6 services. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the decision makers, and especially CS Duale, to go and ask the PS or the Director of Medical Services to define to him the meaning and the difference between a level 5 hospital and a level 6 hospital. The services rendered in Kakamega, the services rendered in Nakuru, in Embu, and in Kisumu and Mombasa are not level 5 services. They're level 6. So the former provincial hospitals ought to automatically transit to level 6 hospitals and the government to give the necessary budgetary backup. My last comment, Mr. Speaker, is on the statement by the Senator on the issue of salary arrears. Mr. Speaker, the issue of salary arrears in counties cuts across very many counties. The committee should now make a list of shame to show these governors who are comfortable to enjoy super payments from the county governments, and they don't want nurses, they don't want doctors, they don't want ECD teachers to also enjoy their perks. Why would a man who dreamed of becoming a governor ever think of running a county using the so-called contract staffs? A contract staff cannot apply in professional cases like ECD teachers, in medicine. Contractual staff are people who are usually cleaners, people who slash around. You can afford to give them contract. This Senate must come.
1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this Senate must compel these lazy governors so that all doctors, all nurses, all paramedical staff, all ECD teachers in all counties must transit to permanent and pensionable employment. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a comment on the statement by Senator Sifuna on elevation of Jaramogi Odinga Hospital, referral hospital to a level 6. Mr. Speaker, when this announcement was made, there was a huge celebration in the region. And I remember some people said that this is the first benefit of being in a broad-based government. But clearly you can see nothing much has happened apart from just the change of the level, which is very, very not proper. Mr. Speaker, most of the hospitals, referral hospitals, are not even compliant to the what we call the health quality model, which is given by the Ministry of Health, that looks at the issues of HR and also issues of equipment and all that. Most of the hospitals are not compliant, including this particular hospital. According to the last audit report by the Office of the Auditor General, this hospital had not complied the requirement for level 5, but still it was elevated to level 6. So I think there is need for the committee to look at it and see what exactly prompted the government to promote this hospital to level 6, and they have not done what is supposed to be done to make it a proper level 6 hospital. Mr. Speaker, and these are things that we keep on pointing out, that some of these things are done for political reasons without looking at the deeper issues that are required to be looked into. As I finish, Mr. Speaker, because this statement was made by Senator Sifuna, I want to ask Senator Sifuna to remain firm. Whatever changes that have been made, it's unfortunate, but we'll soldier on. We know Senator Khalwale was removed. Now is Senator Sifuna, and a lot of us are going to be removed. It is fine. We'll move on. But we have a bright future coming, and it's coming very soon.
Senator Kisang. Now Senator Osotsi. If you look at the standing orders, the standing order on relevance. Who has died? Huh? I don't remember losing a senator. I could have made the announcement. My senators are intact. I still have them, so nobody is allowed to mourn. We are all health and in good health. Senator Kisang?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to make comment on the statement raised by Senior Counsel Senator Professor Jenda on street lighting. Honorable Speaker, this was a very noble and still a novel idea to ensure that we have street lights in our estates, in our streets, to enhance security. But it looks like, Honorable Speaker, when the idea was mooted initially, it's like between national government and county governments, they did not agree who was going to pay the bills. That is why, after a while, if a bulb is broken, bills are not paid, they get disconnected by Kenya Power, Honorable Speaker. That's why you saw the mess that was there last year between the county government of Nairobi and Kenya Power, because they don't know who are supposed to pay the bills. This is maybe the governors, the Council of Governors and the national government, especially the Ministry of Interior, need to sit down and have an MOU so that they know who is supposed to pay what, and they make an agreement. Because everywhere the president goes, the governors are asking for street lighting, but they are not budgeting for payment of bills, Honorable Speaker. Because this is something that is good. It is enhancing security, it's making our cities, it's making our towns, it's making our estates secure, Honorable Speaker. It's not Kisumu alone, it's across the country. Most of them have just basically been disconnected, or they are no longer working. Honorable Speaker, I also wanted to make comments on salary arrears. If you check, Honorable Speaker, especially in the CIPIC committee where I sit with Osotsi, I don't know if he's scared that he might be removed too soon.
Senator Kisang, stick to the statements you're commenting.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, statutory deductions, apart from arrears, statutory deductions like pay as you earn, pension funds, Honorable Speaker, the county governments are not remitting these deductions, including even loans, Honorable Speaker. You find that an employee has been deducted, maybe for a SACCO loan or a SACCO savings, and then after a while, they want to go for loans, so they are told your employer has not remitted. Honorable Speaker, they find themselves listed under CRB, and they have already, the salaries have been deducted, Honorable Speaker. This is something that maybe we need to relook at. If an employer has not remitted a deduction, say a loan, Honorable Speaker, that has been taken maybe by a bank, who is supposed to be listed? Is this particular employee who has already been deducted, or do we need to find a way of punishing the employer, Honorable Speaker, because it's unfair for the employees, because they have worked for it, they have earned, but basically employers are the ones who are messing up. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Sifuna.
Speaker, it is statements such as the ones that have been requested by Senator Hezena that put me in problems. Because you can imagine that ever since I was born, growing up, we were hearing about disarmament in Baringo and specifically Tiati constituency. And up to today, it is ongoing. I remember when the current deputy president was the internal security minister, he told us that this menace of bandits in Baringo was over. But up to today, you can see that the people of Baringo still have to suffer under this scourge. Listen to the concerns that the senator is raising, Honorable Speaker. Harassment, intimidation, misconduct of the police officers and the army personnel who are involved in this particular disarmament. Why is this happening, Honorable Speaker? When we speak about it, they come for the things that my late father left for me, Honorable Speaker. This is the reason Sifuna is in trouble, in case anybody is wondering. Because the country has a software problem. And we will continue pointing it out. Speaker, the beauty with life is that for as long as you are alive, whatever it is that is taken can be gotten back. So we will continue to speak truth to power. Speaker, the misconduct in the police forces is not just limited in to these disarmament processes. You saw us in Keumbu, Honorable Speaker. The police are so shameless. I would rather you even send police in plain clothes to throw stones. But these days they come in uniform. There's no shame at all, Honorable Speaker. No shame. They come in full uniform. They ride along with the goons. They throw stones themselves. And then you say you have a country because you have built a stadium and named it after Raila. We will say, no, Bwana, this is not the country we want to live in. We have to rescue our country. We have a software problem in this country. We cannot continue to live like this. When are those children in Tiati ever going to see a bright future, Honorable Speaker. If I have grown up all these years hearing about disarmament in Tiati constituency, and up to today it continues to happen. So I don't know what else these people can take. I think there's a Bible verse, Honorable Speaker. It is Jesus who said, when somebody takes your coat, give them even the shirt. Give them even the shirt. I want them to come for my shirt. I am prepared, Honorable Speaker. I take this opportunity to very humbly thank the leadership and the members of the minority side for the cooperation that they've given me. Even the majority side, for the cooperation that they've shown me in the time that I have been Deputy Whip. I congratulate my young brother, the Honorable Senator from Migori, for his new role. You remember, Senator Eddie, how many times I have called you as your whip so that you give us quorum. I am happy that that is now going to be your job, to look for quorum in this house so that we can transact business. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Cherargei.
Mr. Speaker, let me make a comment on the statement by the former SG of ODM and immediate former Deputy Minority Whip of the House, and I'm happy disloyalty has been punished swiftly and heavily, Mr. Speaker. Let me make the following comments.
Senator
One,
Fernandi.
Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fernandi. Senator Fernandi.
Yes, please.
You're out of order, and I'm giving you the first question.
Okay.
Yeah. You proceed with that line, I'll throw you out.
Let me, Mr. Speaker, you know, we are used to such noise. Mr. Speaker, I am this Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Hospital, which first we must congratulate the government for elevating, Mr. Speaker, in that region. And the Senator of Kisumu expressed happiness. And the people like Eddie Waira congratulate, this is the first fruit of broad-based government. Mr. Speaker, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital was overwhelmed. KNH was overwhelmed, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy in this financial year of 2026-2027, 3.93 billion has been allocated to elevation of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Hospital, which was formerly known as Russia. Mr. Speaker, it is not rocket science that President William Ruto is the one elevating. We have had 4 presidents. Where were they? But since these gentlemen want to play politics, we'll play when times comes up, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy the maker of the statement is now a proper backbencher. These are the questions that you should ask government, and it is welcome, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree there could be challenges in the health sector, Mr. Speaker. Even here in Nairobi, most of the facilities run by county government are doing badly. But the Nairobi senator rather oversight the national government over his primary role of oversighting county government. So you go to Mbagathi, it's not a going concern. Go to City Mojari, the bodies are smelling, Mr. Speaker. We must tell truth not only to power, but people who should do oversight, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, this matter of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Hospital, I want to ask this, my law lecturer, Senator Professor Tom Agenda, through you, Mr. Speaker, that they have opportunity to continue lobby and ensure this hospital is properly elevated. Because, Mr. Speaker, from Nandi County, the border of Nandi County to Kisumu is less than 30 to 40 minutes. So it is also in our interest as Nandi County to ensure that we have access, unlimited access to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Mr. Speaker. And I'm embarrassed today that one of us is suggesting that since Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Hospital is in Luo Nyanza, that somebody from that region should run it, Mr. Speaker. That is shame. These are the same people who are calling out tribalism, yet they come to the floor of the House, Mr. Speaker, and tell us, since MTRH, Sijui KNH, Mr. Speaker, they should run from those regions. They should be embarrassed.
Order, Senator Onyonka. Senator Onyonka. Very well, Senator. Proceed. Senator Korir. Senator Roba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the time is limited, I will take the opportunity to comment about Mombasa Water and Sewerage Company. Honorable Speaker, these service providers, as you are aware, you've been there, were formed under devolution in order to enhance service provision and protection of the public and public interest and the safety of the public, both in terms of provision of clean water as well as also the issues of protecting the resources allocated to them by way of putting the right measures in place. Honorable Speaker, the viability of these water companies need to be tested, both in terms of the entire existence of the water companies is to provide clean, water for usage by households. Honorable Speaker, their own viability need to be tested, need to be evaluated from the perspective of the fact that if a water company that exists in Mombasa or Mandera, we need to look at how many households every quarter are getting connected to reliable, safe water, so that you're able to really determine not that they exist just because it's an exercise, an entity need to be there, into making sure that they are able to provide the services for which they exist to give, which is that of clean drinking water. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to also congratulate our brother Senator Eddy for this new appointment of, minority whip. His predecessor has done a fantastic job, in the House. As a member of this House, contributed immensely to the debates in this House, as well as also coordination of issues that affect the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, impartially, not as minority or majority, but objectively, wherever it was so required. Honorable Speaker, we all hold positions we hold in transient, and it is just nothing but a process. He should take heart. He has earned our respect, and my brother Senator Eddy, you have a big shoe to fill, and hopefully the role of minority whip or majority whip is a role that is extremely demanding for the functioning of the Senate. I hope and pray that you understand what it calls for and you'll do the best that is required for the House to function. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Senator Mwenyehaji.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa hii kuchangia maombi ya taarifa yaliyoletwa bungeni na Seneta wa Taita, Seneta Mwaruma. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni masikitiko kwamba mwenda zake John Kilage Joshua mwenye umri wa miaka 24 alipoteza maisha yake kupitia kwa mob justice baada ya kutuhumiwa kuwa amepoteza nyeti za mtu mwingine. Mheshimiwa Spika, mambo haya ya kupotea nyeti ni mambo ambayo yalikuwako yamekithiri katika kaunti ya Mombasa na Kwale pamoja na Kilifi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mambo yote haya yalikuwa ni mambo ya ushirikina na ni mambo ambayo hayawezi kuelezwa kihalisia. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwamba polisi walisimama mtu akishambuliwa mpaka akafa ni jambo la kusikitisha, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na watu kadhaa, japokuwa watu kadhaa, Mheshimiwa Spika, waliokolewa katika hali kama hizo. Mheshimiwa Spika, ipo haja kubwa ya hawa polisi ambao walihusika katika kisa hicho kushtakiwa kwa makosa ya kutozuia uhalifu. Kwa sababu mtu kupigwa mpaka kuuliwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni makosa makubwa katika sheria, kwa sababu wale waliompiga na wakamua wanapaswa kushtakiwa na mashtaka ya mauaji. Na wale polisi ambao walikuwa wanaangalia kisa kama hichi pia, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanafaa kushtakiwa kwa makosa ili liwe funzo kwa polisi wengine. Mheshimiwa Spika, naona sasa kupitia kwa elimu na pia kupitia kwa baraza zilizofanywa na machifu pamoja na serikali za mitaa, tumeona kwamba masuala haya yameweza kupungua, kwa sababu wengi walikuwa wanaona kwamba ni kweli visa vya ushirikina kama hivi viko, lakini wengi wameweza kuona sasa kwamba sio visa vya kweli. Kwa hivyo sasa watu wameelimika kwamba huwezi kupotea nyeti ati kwa sababu mtu amekushika bega. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono taarifa hii ya Senator Mwaruma. Asante.
Now, honorable senators, before I give the floor to Senator Wambua, allow me to make this communication because this school is just about to leave the Senate. Senator for Tharaka Nithi, kindly take your seat. And Senator for Tharaka Nithi, you're out of order. Go back to the bar and bow and take your seat. Now, honorable senators would like to acknowledge the presence of a visiting delegation of 6 teachers and 51 students from Islamia Comprehensive School in Nairobi County, who are seated in the public gallery. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. Also, I'd wish to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation of members of the National Prayer Breakfast Committee from the Parliament of Uganda. The delegation is in the Senate to gain insights into the functioning of the Parliamentary Prayer Breakfast movement in Kenya, while also strengthening fellowship and continued engagement through sharing of experiences and lessons learned over the years. Now, honorable senators, these are the members of Parliament from Uganda comprising of this delegation are Honorable Tom Bright Amoti, a Member of Parliament, the Honorable Aogon Silas, MP. Now, on behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to them and wish them a fruitful and enriching visit. I will ask the Senator from Makueni to welcome both delegations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to welcome the school and also welcome the 2 members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Cyrus is now serving his 20th year in the Parliament of Uganda and his colleague 15th year. There are 2 other members who are not with them. They came 4 of them, Mr. Speaker, yesterday. There is the Honorable Ndakasi, who is the current chair of the National Prayer Breakfast in Uganda. Mr. Speaker, you remember, during the last prayer breakfast in Kenya, a huge delegation came and fellowshipped with us, and similarly, Uganda invites us every 8th of October to attend their National Prayer Breakfast. Mr. Speaker, I also welcome the students and hope that they are going to learn and also get encouraged and inspired so that one day they could also be representatives of the people and can be in the Senate or National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Senator Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make my comments on 2 statements. One statement by Senator Sifuna on the upgrading of the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kisumu to level 6. Mr. Speaker, as Senator Alwale has suggested, first things first, let the staff of the facility enjoy the full benefits of the new status of that facility. That way then, we will be talking about accruing benefits to the people. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, a consideration should be made that all former provincial hospitals then be elevated to level 6 facilities so that they serve people from the regions that they are established. That would be a policy decision that will help this country now and into the future. The Speaker, on the statement by the Senator Ezena Lemalatian on insecurity in Tiati. Mr. Speaker, as a country and as representatives of the people in this country, we must call ourselves to order and begin to speak truth to power, irrespective. I say this because we are playing with fire as a country. Mr. Speaker, I see outlaws walking around with police officers And for as long as that is happening for the convenience of a political side, it is okay. The Speaker, I want to bring to the attention of this House, and I wish the Senator for Tana River was here. A few weeks ago, bandits in Tana River killed an officer commanding a police station. Now, the Speaker, if OCSs are not safe in the hands of bandits, who is going to be safe in this country? The Speaker, that issue of bandits in Tiati, in other regions in this country, is a matter that should prick our conscience and make us act shiftily. The Speaker, on the matter of my friend, my colleague, my brother, Senator Sifuna, allow me to say this, Mr. Speaker. This Senate is producing a star in the name and character of Senator Sifuna. I want to ask my brother not to look back, to soldier on. The future.
Senator Muthama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the statements. One, the statement from Senator Onyonka Kisii about delayed of salaries for count workers. Mr. Speaker, this is a big problem in almost all the counties, because like in the count of Machakos, the count assembly of Machakos staff has not been paid for months now. And Mr. Speaker, I have employees of Machakos who are employed, and they have appointment letters, and I've done a statement in this Senate, which has really been delayed to be discussed, who were employed in Machakos in 2023, and to date, they have not received even a single salary, and they go to work every day. Mr. Speaker, I don't know what's really happening with the counties, because they receive money, and we fight for the monies for the counties in this Senate so much, and they receive this money and they do other things with them. And the staff who are serving in the counties, who are enabling the governors to deliver, they are never paid money. These people are living in rented houses. They have children to take to school. They have children to take to hospital and buy food. And I don't know what the governors are thinking about this staff. Mr. Speaker, this should stop. And I think as a Senate, as a House which defends the counties, we should do something about the staff of the counties. Two, on the statement from Senator Ezena about security. Mr. Speaker, I don't know why we should not have security in this country. Some people are living like they are not living in Kenya and like there's no government in Kenya, and yet they should be protected. The law is very clear and the Constitution is very clear that every citizen of this country has a right to be protected by the government. And so when we are hearing of these killings and insecurity, we wonder, where is the government? What is the government of Kenya doing about its citizens? We need security. Every Kenyan's life counts. And we should not hear of Kenyans being killed anyhowly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to comment on the statement by the Senator for Kisii, Senator Onyonka, on the question of delayed salaries. Mr. Speaker, as has been stated, Mr. Speaker, it is common ground that counties are struggling with two things. Mr. Speaker, most counties with the ability to raise on-source revenue are not able to live up to the standards expected of them. But number two, Mr. Speaker, as a consequence, we have delayed salaries out of delays of remittances from the Exchequer, but also out of, Mr. Speaker, certain frameworks that are not clear to understand, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of particular concern, Mr. Speaker, and I relate to the statements by the senator. We have a county, Mr. Speaker, like Kisumu, my county, number 42, where, Mr. Speaker, county workers have not been paid for 2 months. And it is only, Mr. Speaker, after the county workers union negotiated with the county that they were able to pay a salary of 1 month. That exposes, Mr. Speaker, the workers not only to suffering, but to embarrassment because they are unable to meet basic needs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, most counties are also unable to pay crucial workers, Mr. Speaker. In my own county, Mr. Speaker, we have village admins who have not been paid by the county for over 2 years and who now have a court case against the county that remains unresolved. Mr. Speaker, counties must hire only labor that they can afford, and that is a framework of oversight, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, lastly, a category of workers that have suffered in the counties are the community health providers. These are in the periphery of those who have been neglected by most counties, though they earn only an allowance of 2,500 shillings. We need, Mr. Speaker, to rise up and legislate to create an obligation on counties to provide some form of remuneration to community health providers so that they are also able to contribute, because they play a big role, Mr. Speaker, in helping our communities and in upholding primary and preventive health care in our counties. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mutinda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to comment on the statement by the Senator of Nairobi in regards to the elevation of the Jaramogi Oginga. Mr. Speaker, what catches my attention is on what the committee should address. One of the key issues being that the staff have not been confirmed officially as parasocial employees, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, for a hospital to be upgraded to level 6, it has done what it needs to be done for it to be at that particular level, with the aim of ensuring that the people from these particular regions, apart from the Kisumu, but even the adjacent regions, can be able to maximally get the referral services that they need. Mr. Speaker, last month before we embarked on our recess, through the Committee of Finance that I serve, we were able to put 8.9 billion through SIGA for UHC workers, Mr. Speaker. And with that effort, a matter that had also been brought to my Committee of Health that I serve as well, on the arrears of our UHC workers and the other issues of them not being able to be absorbed at the county level on permanent and pensionable terms, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you find that these issues are repeating themselves. And I would want to urge all the 47 governors. The Senate has done its part in ensuring that these funds are available through SIGA so that our UHC workers' arrears are sorted. But at the same time, our UHC workers also deserve an employment that is permanent and pensionable. They've served this country diligently, especially from the time of COVID, Mr. Speaker. So it is fair, it is indeed very fair for them to be given a permanent opportunity. And this responsibility lies with the governors. It is the high time, governors, to address the issue and address this issue quickly, because we've done our part, the monies are available, and this, even the issue that is here within Jaramogi, the staff should be, sorted immediately. The gazettement should be, done of the same hospital, Mr. Speaker, so that our people have the motivation to continue working and delivering services as required. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, allow me also to comment on the statement by Senator Sifuna regarding the elevation of Jaramogi Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital to level 6 National Referral Hospital. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Sifuna for raising this. This is truly what a national leader does, that you don't just raise matters relating to your backyard. Mr. Speaker, it was with great pride that we, the leaders from Nyanza region, received news that that particular facility was to be upgraded to a level 6 hospital. This statement request, I believe, should add value
and should fast-track the transition process and should not be used to criticize that very historical move. Mr. Speaker, since independence, there is no space that has exposed marginalization more than the medical space. Mr. Speaker, since independence, most of the level 6 hospitals in Kenya have been concentrated within 50 miles of the capital city of Nairobi. Before Jaramogi Oginga was added as a level 6 hospital, the level 6 hospitals we had in Kenya was Kenyatta National Hospital here in Nairobi, Mathare Hospital here in Nairobi, Spinal Injury Hospital here in Nairobi, Nakuru Level 6 Hospital not too far from Nairobi, and KU Teaching and Referral Hospital in Kiambu. Mr. Speaker, the elevation of Jaramogi Oginga should not be the end. We must also see a level 6 hospital in the coast region, a level 6 hospital in the western region, in all regions of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, we welcome this because it will enhance financing for healthcare. For a long time, people from Homa Bay, people from Kisumu, Siaya, and that particular area, we've been going to Eldoret. And when you have a sick parent who has to go for cancer treatment or who has to go for advanced dialysis or advanced care, and you have to go to a foreign town, Mr. Speaker, you realize that the cost of taking care of the patient is almost equal to or exceeds the cost that the patient pays in hospital. Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome this move, that we celebrate it, and it is not something that should be politicized. When Jaramogi becomes a parastatal, we are sure that it will receive more focused attention as opposed to when it is run as a department under the health directorate or under the health ministry. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that as the committee prosecutes this matter, it will unlock and it will fast-track this transition, and it will make recommendations to ensure that there's appropriate budgetary allocation to take care of the staff, to take care of facilities, and to see to it that whereas hospitals, level 6 hospitals like Kenyatta are getting 8 billion, we can also scale it up. But ultimately, let's ensure that all the traditional 9 regions of Kenya have a level 6 hospital, and they are not just concentrated around the mountain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Richard Onyonka.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to, just like my colleagues have raised this issue about the medical facilities that are within our regions. The truth is, just like I've heard my brother Kajwang has spoken, it is actually, Mr. Speaker, embarrassing to have that hospital be in the condition and the state it is. But in reality, most of the health facilities in our regions are all the same. There are no medicines. You have the technical personnel who are supposed to work in these hospitals. They are either victimized. Some of them are on strike right now. There were CBOs which were signed. They are not being honored. Governors are collecting all source revenue from the hospital facilities and claiming that is what they are collecting, and yet in reality, that is money that is supposed to be used in improving these facilities and making sure they function. I would like, on my own volition as a senator of Kisii and a colleague in this house, to ask my colleagues, and Mr. Speaker, I'm very lucky to be in the health committee with members like Honorable Thabita, who is my colleague in that committee. Honestly, we must agree what we are going to do with the health sector, because some facilities are being handed over to the government, and the government is providing grants, and yet some of our facilities like the Kisii level 6 hospital has nothing. It is actually partially closed. There are no medicines, there is no running water. Everything, Mr. Speaker, seems to be going wrong. So I'm feeling that we need to sit as the Committee of Health and interrogate, do we make a deliberate decision, Mr. Speaker, to then ask the government to take over all the level 6 hospitals, if that is what it means for these facilities to be functional. Because it looks like we are doing it in piecemeal. We took Kakamega, again, a beautiful hospital which was done by the previous governor, Honorable Paranya. If you see it, Mr. Speaker, it's an amazing facility. Yes, the national government has provided, I believe, something like 3 billion shillings. If it's finished, that hospital would treat more than 2-3 million shillings a year, 2-3 million people a year. Then now we are at Jaramogi. I know that we are having the same issue in Trans Nzoia County. So I'm like, why don't we sit and call the governors and ask them if they are willing to relinquish the management of these level 6 hospitals with the national government and see how best that can be done. If not, because these are devolved functions, then can we sit with our governors?
1 minute, if you're not done, to conclude.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying that if we find that that is an option they wouldn't accept, then why don't we sit and ask our governors how they would want us to solve the problems? Because there are too many, and the facilities are all of them becoming dysfunctional. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mazayo.
Asante mstahiki Spika kwa kunipa nafasi hii kuchangia. Taarifa ya ndugu yetu Senator wa Taita Taveta, ndugu yangu Maruba. Jambo la kwanza ni jambo la kusikitisha kwamba Mkenya leo anaweza kupoteza maisha yake kwa sababu ya vitu visipojulikana, kama kusalimiana alafu na ambao umepoteza sehemu za nyeti, ambao ni jambo la ajabu. Lakini ikiwa mazingaumbwe kama hayo yako, ambao mimi naamini kwamba hakuna, kule kwetu kama Kilifi, wazee wetu wakiwa wamekuwa wazee na nyele zimekuwa nyeupe, saa nyingine pia utapata kitendo kama hicho kilichotendeka hapo Mwembe Tayari karibu na soko lile la zamani, kinatendeka kwa huyo mzee. Kwa sababu akisema ako na nyele nyeupe, wanasema ni kwa nini hajakufa, ama ni kwa nini yeye anaendelea kuishi ilhali watoto wadogo pengine kwa sababu ya ugonjwa ama mengine yamewakumba wamepoteza maisha, wanasema ni kwa sababu huyo mzee bado yuko hai. Na vile vile huyo mzee pia huwa saa nyingine anapigwa mpaka anaweza kuuawa kwa njia zozote, akapoteza maisha. Ni jambo la kusikitisha kwamba Kenya yetu hii iko na askari, na ni jambo la kusikitisha vile vile kuona kwamba askari wanaweza kusimama kando wakaangalia Mkenya anapigwa mpaka mwisho anatolewa uhai. Kazi yao wao ni kuchukua mwili na kuweka kwa gari na kupeleka hospitali. Mimi nataka kuuliza swali moja. Wewe ulipewa bunduki, ulipewa uwezo wote wa kuweza kuchukua hatua ili kuona ya kwamba umetetea maisha ya mtu. Leo umesimama kando, unawacha maisha ya mtu yanatolewa. Hapo Bwana Spika, mimi naona wale mapolisi wawili ambao waliweza kutambulika wako ndani ya video, wako ndani ya wanaolikana, kuna ushahidi wa kutosha na mashahidi wako wamejitolea. Mimi naona ingekuwa jambo zuri ya kwamba ikiwa huyu IG yuko pale, kitendo kama hichi ni lazima IPOA ingie katikati, waweze kushikwa hawa watu waliofanya kitendo cha kinyama kama hichi, ili iwe funzo kwa wale wengine ya kwamba wanaweza kutoa uhai ama kuua mtu bila dhulma yoyote, na kumtoa uhai na alafu kwenda zao nyumbani wakiwa wanaketi na familia zao, na watu wengine kule wanalia ya kwamba mtu ametolewa uhai bila kisheria. Cha pili ni kwamba vile vile tunataka askari wetu ambao wanachukua pesa nyingi sana wakifundishwa waweze kuona ya kwamba wao ndio watetezi.
Aya, 1:30.
Asante shemegi yangu. Ni ukweli kabisa ya kwamba hawa vijana wetu ambao tunawapeleka kule Kiganjo wakasomee, wakisoma shughuli yao ya kwanza ambayo inatakana waitekeleze ni kwamba watatetea uhai wa kila Mkenya bila upendeleo wa aina yoyote. Asante Bwana Spika.
Okay, I think that is the end of the comments on statements. So we go to the next one, Clerk.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of a report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on its consideration of a petition to the Senate by Mr. Laban Omusundi regarding the enactment of a legal framework to provide for recall of the president or a governor through a citizen initiative. Question to be put.
Yes, the debate on this motion was concluded, and now we need to put the question, but confirm whether you have quorum. Okay, then the putting of the question is deferred. We'll go to the next order.
Order number 9, the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 34 of 2025. Resumption of debate interrupted on Wednesday, 15th July 2026. Second reading.
Yes, this on this motion, any member can start giving his contribution. We start with Senator Ombua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see the Senator for Bomet is raising an issue. I don't know what the issue would be, but I think he will approach the chair or something.
But I'm wondering whether now the Senator for Kitui is the one chairing the House, but he's giving an opportunity to raise your issue.
No, I did not give an opportunity to speak. I just said I see him.
And then also you stand up to raise that matter that you end. Proceed, Senator Ombua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are not the chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do recognize that I'm not the chair. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to make what I would consider important comments on this bill, the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill from the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I sit in the Roads Committee, and so I've had opportunity to interact with the bill as brought to us by the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, when the matter came up yesterday for second reading, I listened and followed comments from members, and I got the impression, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps we have not had sufficient time to look at the report of the committee. And that members who contributed, and they have a right to, were a bit unhappy with the provisions of the amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, I said I wanted to start this conversation today so that I also put a few things straight, because I have participated in this discussion at the committee level. First of all, Mr. Speaker, what we must all appreciate is that first the report was tabled on June 18th, the last day that we were going on recess. And so perhaps members have not had opportunity to follow on that report. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the Mother Act, the Kenya Roads Act, predates the Constitution of Kenya 2010. That this act was enacted before the promulgation of the new constitutional dispensation. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, both the classification of roads and the allocation of funds to the roads for maintenance that does not reflect the reality of the new devolved systems of government. So let's start from there, Mr. Speaker. That we are operating under an act that does not recognize devolution. It is blind to devolution. And so, Mr. Speaker, with the new constitutional order, the fourth schedule of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 on the distribution of functions between national government and county governments provides for only 2 levels or 2 classifications of roads. Now, this is where it becomes interesting. That the Constitution of Kenya 2010 recognizes only 2 classifications of roads in the country. The national trunk roads, which are assigned to the national government in Part 1 of the 4th schedule, and the county roads, which are captured under Part 2 of the 4th schedule of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. So, Mr. Speaker, naturally then the national trunk roads will be assigned to the national government, and the rest of the roads will be assigned to county governments. Mr. Speaker, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm a lawmaker. The Constitution is very clear that any piece of legislation that does not accord with the Constitution or runs contrary to any provision of the Constitution, that piece of law is null and void to the extent of the inconsistency with the Constitution. And so any classification of roads under the Kenya Roads Act, which does not recognize that there are only 2 levels of roads, the national trunk roads and the county roads, any provision in that act or any other act that does not recognize that fact is null and void to the extent of that inconsistency. Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Roads Board allocates funds for maintenance, development, and rehabilitation of roads through national road agencies. And we have 3 of them. We have the Kenya Urban Roads Authority, we have the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, and the Kenya National Highways Authority. Now, those are the only agencies that are recognized by the Mother Act and that are registered as agencies that can receive direct funding from the Kenya Roads Board. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, counties are not recognized as an agency, a road agency, and they don't receive any direct funding from the Kenya Roads Board. Mr. Speaker, because there is no mechanism for the allocation of RMLF directly to county governments, our committee, Mr. Speaker, has found a way, and I don't want to go into the details of that because in the report and the mover moved, but there is now a consideration by the committee that counties be recognized as agencies that can directly receive funding from RMLF and from the Kenya Roads Boards for the maintenance, for the rehabilitation, and for development of county roads. Mr. Speaker, as it were, county roads or roads classified under county governments constitute more than 70% of our country's road network. But the drafters of this bill in the National Assembly, the amendment, are only proposing 5% of funds to go to counties and 95% to go to the national government. Mr. Speaker, as a committee, and we have had serious, robust engagements on this matter, I heard yesterday members proposing around 15%, others 20%, others 25%. Through a scientific method, Mr. Speaker, the committee is recommending 49% of the monies for rehabilitation, development, and maintenance of roads goes to county governments. And then 51% will go to the national government. Mr. Speaker, I see an attempt in this bill to bring another alien classification of roads being called constituency roads. Mr. Speaker, there is no provision in the Constitution or in law that recognizes any road called a constituency road. There are reasons, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, this bill that came from the National Assembly, we have looked at it at the committee, and I said I need to make this record straight, that the members debate this matter. They know that we have proposed serious amendments. So what we need to, Mr. Speaker, get is assurance from the leader of government business in the House that if this bill passes the second reading, it will be available for members to push through amendments in the third reading. Because, Mr. Speaker, I've seen an attempt here by members of the National Assembly to actually increase the allocation to the CDF fund through this roads bill. They want a lot more money for roads to go to the national government, and then because they are the ones responsible for functions relating to the national government, then they will be in charge of the rehabilitation and development of national roads that will have the lion's share of the allocations. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to make that clarification very, very clear, that the committee is seized of this matter, and that nobody should have the illusion that by the chairman of the committee moving the motion and tabling the report, there is agreement between us in the committee and the provisions as captured in the bill that has arrived here from the National Assembly. The Speaker, as I conclude, I want to urge my friends, my colleagues, who will be contributing to this bill, to realize that it's a big danger to devolution as we know it if we allow a clawback on the matter of roads. Because, Mr. Speaker, there is now evidence that even when this administration is given an inch, it wants to take a meter. We should not allow this administration to bring alien classifications of roads while we have a Senate that, under Article 96 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to defend and protect the interests of counties and county governments. Mr. Speaker, if it is true, and it is true, 71% of Kenya's roads network is resident in our counties, then, Mr. Speaker, it follows without saying that a lot more allocation for the maintenance and construction and rehabilitation and development of roads, that money should go to county governments. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I'll wait to see how we proceed on this debate and whether then there will be an opportunity at that reading to introduce the amendments that the committee is proposing. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mbua. From my dashboard, there is no other senator who is interested to make any contribution to this motion. Therefore, the mover to reply, that opportunity has been defined. We go to the next one.
Honorable Senators, I want to reorganize the order paper this afternoon. Therefore, from order number 11 to 21, these are divisions. So they stand defunct. We go to order number 22. And this order number 22, the debate is ongoing, but I cannot see any interest, Clerk. Okay, proceed.
Order number 22, motion, provision of IFMIS reports for county governments to the Senate. Resumption of debate interrupted on Wednesday, 15th July 2026, morning sitting.
Honorable Senators, again, there is no interest on this business. Therefore, the mover to reply again has been defunct. Next order.
Order number 23, motion, consideration of a report of the Standing Committee on Health on a petition to the Senate by Mr. Patrick Musilu and others concerning the protection and propagation of the commercialization of the new generation Mudea antivenom in Kenya.
Committee Chair Health, are you ready? Vice Chair Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move a motion, a report of the Standing Committee on Health on the petition concerning protection and propagation of the commercialization of the new generation Mudea antivenom in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, committee considered the petition concerning the protection and propagation of the commercialization of the new generations antivenom in Kenya. The petition was presented by the Patrick Musilu and others, the resident of Munyulu in Machakos County, and was reported to the Senate Thursday, 29 May 2025, and was referred to the committee for consideration. Mr. Speaker, the snake venom remain a serious and often negligent public health demand in Kenya, hardly on poor and rural community in the arid and semi-arid counties. Mr. Speaker, in discharge of this mandate, the committee met with the petitioner, Mr. Patrick Musilu, receive his written submissions. The committee further also received a written submission from the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, and Kenya Institute of Primates Research, and Kenya Industrial Property Institute, and Anti-Ethic and Anti-Corruption, and the Commission on Administrative Justice, and the final, we got a submission from the Wildlife Research and Training Institute. Mr. Speaker, the petitioners they have submitted, the petitioners are Patrick Musilu, Mr. Tom Babu and Alfred Basco, describing themselves as a citizen innovator who have spent 5 years working on this new anti-venom. Mr. Speaker, this is traditionally called Muthea. The product is a super valent, affordable, and easy to administer, and is backed by the over 100 years of the community, used with no recording death in the county of Machakos and Kwale County. Mr. Speaker, the petitioner traced the grievance to dispute with Kenya Medical Research Institute, KEMRI, official, who in the late 2022 allegedly demanded the 100K for sample analysis while declining to assign non-disclosure or material transfer agreement. They further allegedly unlawful denial of the services, sabotage of their industrial property, and opaque collaborations between the KEMRI and Watamu-based snake farmer linked to the African snake analysis. The petitioners sought the Senate intervention to protect their rights to research, innovate, and commercialize the antivenom and to investigate alleged criminal conducted by the KEMRI and the KIPRE and narcotic. Mr. Speaker, the committee considered the petitions and the committee come up with this observation. As we have contacted the stakeholders and the petitioners, the committee observation is one, that the petitioner right to research and innovate and pursue the commercialization is protected under the Article 11, 40, and 43 of the Constitutions. And the Ministry of Health expressly welcomed the local innovations in the snake bite in venom and having invited the petitioners to engage KEMRI and KPRE. Secondly, the petitioners has filed the patent protections, but application number KEP/2022/4326 elapsed upon expiry of the statutory 12-month period, while the application number KE/P/2024/4942 was abandoned for non-compliant with formality requirement. Mr. Speaker, also the committee observed the Ministry of Health confirmed that shillings 100,000 demanded from the petitioner was lawfully standard cost recovery charging applicable to all clients, not an evidence of denying of the service, and there is no credible or sufficient evidence of unlawful denial of the service through impunity or complicity of the government agency as alleged. Therefore, no basis for recommending a separate criminal engagement. Mr. Speaker, also the committee observed that across different agencies indicates the absence of unified framework or guideline document setting out the complete validation process and application fees, responsibles, institutions, and timelines for completion. The absence of this single time-bound and costed a pathway to weak inter-institutional collaborations, but does not amount to unlawful denial of the services. Mr. Speaker, also the committee observed through the submission of the petitioners, several petitioners' submission directed at the officer of the different agency containing abusive, deterioratory, and demeaning of the language, including ethical and charging and racially inflammatory content directed at identifiable individuals discharging the official function in KEMRI and KPRE and other government agency. Mr. Speaker, also the sixth one of the observation we have observed, while the petitioner's frustration at the slow progress of his initiatives in understandable, his conduct fell below the standard of the good faith and expected of any personal engaged in public institution, maybe itself had been material obstacle for constructive engagement he sorted out. The petitioner also alleged allegation that KEMRI colluded with Lamu-based snake farmers and African Snakebite Alliance to infringe his formulation is unsupported, with KIPR and describing the alliance as a multi-country research costume, and the Ministry of Health find no evidence on any donor-funded projects involved. Mr. Speaker, finally, the committee make the following recommendation on the petitioner's prayer. The Ministry of Health should, within 60 days of the adoption of this report, convene a structured facilitation meeting bringing together petitioner, KEMRI, KPRE, KPPB, an acoustic, and finally KPI to agree and issue a single written and costed validation roadmap within a defined milestone, and name the contact officer with the aim of eliminating bureaucratics and ensuring the petitioner's product is objectively analyzed and protected. Mr. Speaker, the other recommendation which the committee recommend after listening to the consideration of the submission, the written submission, is the petitioners completed the agreed prerequisites and settled the application cost recovery fees. The KEMRI and KPRE should commence a laboratory analysis and issue a written result within 90 days of the adoption of this report, so that the scientific merits of the product can be objectively established as a necessary foundation for any commercialization or export ambition. Mr. Speaker, finally, the committee, on behalf of the Standard Committee of Health, I wish to extend my gratitude and committee members of the delegates and commitment and insightful contribution throughout this inquiry. I also thank the petitioner and all stakeholders who provided available inputs during our investigations and considerations. For further appreciation to your office, Mr. Speaker, sir, and the office of the clerk, the Senate, for their continued support in the committee in their mandates. It is now my pleasure, Mr. Speaker, that I move the motion, and I wanted Senator Sigei to second. Thank you.
Senator Sigei.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I second this motion, I would like to highlight, Mr. Speaker, the provisions of Article 119(1) of the Constitution that provides, and I read, every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including to enact, amend, or repeal any legislation. And sub-article 2 provides that Parliament shall make provisions for the procedure for the exercise of this right. Mr. Speaker, I read that constitutional provision to affirm the constitutional right of the petitioners, and that right which is protected by the Constitution for them to come before this House whenever they have an issue that they feel can seek and obtain redress from this House. Mr. Speaker, it is on that basis that these three gentlemen, Patrick Musilu, Tom Babu, and Alfred Dosso, approached this House in form of a petition, which of course has been moved by the Deputy, or rather Vice Chair of the Committee of Health of this House, that was committed to deal with the petition as was presented by these three gentlemen. All have described themselves as citizens and residents of Wamunyu in Machakos County. And Mr. Speaker, they described themselves as innovators of a non-animal plasma antivenom who have spent 5 years working to commercialize a new generation antivenom derived from the chemically synthesized traditional mudea, also branded SBE Elixir antivenom. And so, Mr. Speaker, when these three gentlemen filed the petition before the Senate, their case is clear. They are saying that we are Kenyans, we have a right to petition the House, and the basis of their petition, Mr. Speaker, is that they have over time attempted to commercialize, to register, to trademark, and to protect their right in this antivenom, which they have named Mudea. And their issue, Mr. Speaker, arose from what they described as a non-unified procedure for recognition of their inventions and innovations, and also what they termed, which of course the committee indeed confirmed, that that is a lawful charge which is provided for in law of Kenya shillings 100,000 as a fee that is payable by such kind of innovators for purposes of the process that they wanted to do, or rather to have KEMRI and other relevant government chemical agencies to deal with, giving them their innovation rights as well as the entitlement to commercialize this particular innovation. And Mr. Speaker, maybe for purposes of the general public and appreciation of this particular petition, Ukambani, which is actually the region they say they come from, is a semi-arid area. And there are quite a number of dry area wild animals, but in this case, we are talking about snakes, and they said that the kind of antivenom that they had discovered would be commercialized if they were allowed to trademark, to brand, and to be given a unified recognition for that purpose. And so, in terms of the need for this particular antivenom, Mr. Speaker, it is already known and it's in the public domain that the severe bites or stings by snakes can cause tissue damage, even sometimes death, and especially where you are unable to access immediate medication or even antivenom treatment within a certain timeline. And therefore, Patrick and his team, Mr. Speaker, had the right to seek to commercialize, to seek to register and trademark this particular innovation, according to them. But their problem arose when they got challenges with regards to the amount that was required for purposes of